Welcome, everyone, to our day 2 of the Spring Showdown from ECAC. Today, we're kicking off things with some Rocket League matches of MAC going up against RIT. It's going to be a great one, folks.
Indeed it will. Louis, great to join you on the call and excited to get some Rocket League on the broadcast. I know we had plenty of the Overwatch and the Valorant.
Oh, yeah. The action was
all
packed.
the esports, all the titles, but no car soccer. Where was the car soccer love? We're getting it today. I'm thrilled about it.
Great to have you here, Pyro.
Thank you.
I'm just glad, someone's here who knows what they're doing in terms of Rocket League. Because yesterday, I was honestly ready for the car soccer, but we just didn't get to see it. So I'm excited about today. We're going to see a lot more Rocket League than what we originally intended to. So I hope everybody in-house, everybody on stream, everybody's ready for it. Pyro, I hope you're ready to join me in this journey. And I think we're going to get it underway rather soon.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if it's car hit ball, I am with you on this journey. I am ready to go. I love that we got the Mounties up first. Mount Aloysius is a fun team to watch in terms of Rocket League. I know one player out there, Snizzy, is looking to pop off. I saw him not too long ago do pretty darn well at a recent LAN. So this team has some recent LAN experience that I think they're ready to show off. And yeah, 4 and 5 seed here for the Mounties and RIT. I think this has every reason to be a good one.
It's good to hear. Lots of expectations. Despite the fact that up here we're ready, we're actually going to need a minute, a little bit of a tech pause over on the main stage. We're going to try and resolve that as quickly as possible and then try to get our matches underway as soon as we can. And yeah, we'll try and do this as fast as possible. So everybody at home, everybody on the crowd over there, stay tuned. All right, and I think we're good to go and all set here to kick off our first match of the day. Pyro, you still with us?
I'm right here.
That's good to hear. But so far, we are going to see a little bit of back and forth. Mounties have been playing some good defense, while this RIT squad has been keeping up quite a bit of offense. It's going back and forth right now. Boost seems to be moderate between the two squads. But right now, it's kind of a little bit of a stalemate.
I think that's how you like a Rocket League match to start there. Nice save already made by the Mounties on their own goal line. This is our 4 and 5 seed match, round 1 of this bracket. So winner gets to play that #1 seeded Nichols College. I don't know if that's a reward or a punishment. Those players will be deciding that. But long best of 7 here, Louis. So we get the chance to settle into this match.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of soccer to come to. And Sean with a very nice save. Almost a very close call right there. Good stoppage from RIT to keep it up. Mounties still trying to press this advantage, though. They haven't gotten back to the midfield, so they're keeping it up rather well. The boost levels are also good to stay on this offensive. But they're starting to drop back now after a great cross coming in from Yam. He's going to send it right back towards the middle, trying to keep up this halfway strategy. Still fighting in the corner is Sean right now. A little bit of a back and forth is centered right now. Great save from Sean. Nice on-target shot from Snizzy. Snizzy, sorry.
No, yeah, it's all the players have different, and you can blame Mount Aloysius as well for having one of the most difficult colleges to pronounce anyway.
Yeah, I definitely don't mean it, but
yeah. But listen, this is great attack from both teams. It's matched by wonderful reads on the defensive end as well. I don't know, you usually don't see this kind of lock-in potential straight out the gate from game #1, so I love the way that both teams look here. Oh, Sean might be setting up the double down.
Oh.
Pass off the backboard. The vet, Sebward for the first goal.
Great follow-up by Sebward. Great passing work from Sean. And ultimately, it's just a great kind of goal to start off. First goal is going to come around the 2-minute, 36-second mark. And as we get ready for another kickoff, middle boosts are in full control. Good demo coming in from Balin, yeah. We're also going to see another demo in retaliation from Sebward. Great stuff right there.
You got to get the sparks to fly early on.
Definitely.
Right?
You got to know that you're not a force to be reckoned with. You know, we're here to play. We're here to get things done.
That's right. That's right. Coming here with a force. Let them know. Let them know that the demos are here, ready to play. Listen, I'm excited to see Sebward be the first to score here in the game. Played back in CRL East for RIT back in 2022. He's even got that contender tag to rock in this lobby, so that's wonderful to see. I want to see that veteranship play
Great
through.
little.
And it's going to do exactly that by him having nothing to do with this goal and his two teammates scoring instead.
Wonderful little cross coming in from Jan. Sean able to dunk it right on into the goal. And that'll put a very insurmountable 2-0 lead for RIT. The Mounties are definitely going to have to step it up a slight bit here. They were playing good offense a little bit earlier. Just have to try and stay up on that offensive. And even, I believe, drop back towards the defense a little early once you start giving up that midfield control. But just like that, setting more towards the goal. It is going to head back towards the corner. Snizzy's not able to recenter right now, but Yam almost gets a shot on goal right there. Great save by Rompus. Heading back towards the RIT side. Still a little bit of back and forth coming in from both teams here. Sean looking to go big. Crosses it towards the middle. Almost a nice bit of centering, but it's going to be Rupus to try and send it back towards the RIT side. Headed back towards the midfield is Snizzy, trying to give it back to the RIT field point, but it's a great little fly from Sebward to try and recenter it. Above the goal we go. Headed towards shot on goal. Very risky save right here. It's getting close towards the goal, but great saves from two members of Mounties right now.
I held my breath there for a second on the goal line. I was a little scared there for the Mounties, but they managed to get out of it. Unfortunately, though, field domination has not been on their side for this last half of the game. They can't seem to break.
Oh,
Sean's got a free one on the other side. Looks like RIT got this game one on hand.
You know, it's a great little start. 3-0 game one. Not a bad way to kick things off. Anything can happen, though. We do have 12 seconds remaining in our game one here. We've seen a lot crazier things come out from the ECAC Rocket League, and we've definitely seen much crazier things come out from RLCS, but I do believe game one is going to be put away here. RIT going to be able to take our first round here, and we're just going to start prepping for the next one after a great RIT win.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Great start to the day. If this is any indication for how the esports will go today for the ECAC Spring Showdown, I'm thrilled. Because the first half was so back and forth, but then you saw RIT really settle into this game. Look at those shot counts, 12-3. I think it was near even at the halfway point. And then RIT just started slamming them home. So Mounties definitely have their homework to do here coming into game number 2. They got to figure out how to be competitive in the midfield, because taking up those boosts, being first to those aerial challenges, it's all been RIT.
I absolutely agree. You know, these chows need to be a lot more aggressive from the Mounties right now, because while they did have good pressure towards the 4th and 3rd minute of our match, after that, it kind of gotten out of hand because RIT were able to center it back towards the Mountie side of the field. And then after that, the flies from Sebward, and, you know, you saw the good fly from Sean as well, the passing work from Sean. It all just came on down to RIT retaking that midfield control and just able to score a lot quicker, because you saw even towards the end of that first round right there, almost got a little carried away on the goal line right here. But no, you almost saw last round that Mounties did struggle to drop back towards the defense once they didn't have the offensive lead that they wished for. But coming into game 2, Snizzy with another save. He's done a great job of keeping the ball out of the goal for as much as he can. There we go. He gets another save, and 30 seconds haven't even surpassed on the game clock. Dropping back to the RIT side. Yam looking to make it big. Nice little center from Rupus. It's blocked by Sebward, though. Very nice stuff. Trying to recenter it as Snizzy going back towards the midfield control. Still trying to keep up the boost count, which is looking good so far. But Balin definitely needs to go back for something. Even a corner or a midfield boost would do wonders right now. And it's a self-goal aided by the pass work of Sebward. And that's a little bit of a blunder from the Mounties right now. But oh, it was still great work from RIT to just get it towards the goal. And we're kicking it off in the first minute right now, 1-0.
Yeah, you know what? Rupus's positioning really wasn't that bad. It was right on the middle of that goal line, and it's just such a difficult bounce to have to defend.
Oh, boy.
Sebward, just a laser to that opposite post. What you're seeing now is an RIT that is dangerously comfortable. Just breaking down the first goal. I mean, you see how this one goes in, but that came off the counterattack. Sean, even though the team was on defense, was already positioned in the other side of the field, ready to bump, boost, steal, or get the redirect shot. And yeah, unfortunately, Mounties just have to be aware of that the counterattack can be so deadly from RIT.
And that's honestly just the cooperation and teamwork that RIT have been displaying so far. I heard they were doing really well in their group stages, and just that shows how much Sean really trusts his teammates here to be able to rely on them for crosses and setups, and just all around great pass work coming in from the flies of Sebward and the actual deflections coming in from Jan. So Sean definitely playing up in a more striker position here. He's going to need more boost, though, as RIT going to have to drop back rather soon, especially since the boost economy is looking a little low. Back towards the midfield, though. Snizzy is not able to get a good touch on the ball, but it does soar to RIT's side. Back on the Mounties now as Rupus trying to center it once again. It's going to head towards our Mounties side of the field. A little bit of groundwork and foundation being laid off in midfield. Could be a good touch here. Not enough. Trying to get that double touch. Bouncing off the ball on those very small wheels is not usually the easiest thing to do, especially when you don't have the proper boost. You're seeing now still fighting towards the Mountie side of the field. Trying to keep control of this is Sebword, who gets a nice touch off the backboard and will slam it right in. And RIT, a much more dominant lead in round number 2 right now. 3-0, and we still got a little under 2.5 minutes to get through.
Hat trick out of Sebword as well. His players just popping off at this time. It took more of a team position in game number 1, but this time around said, no, I think I'm happy scoring the goals. Thank you very much. Sean might be upset they didn't get the read off their opponent's backboard to score that one, but either way, this team with almost not a worry in the world.
My
Sean
goodness.
flip reset, nearly the double tap, but again, leaves it for Sebword.
Yeah, Sean just hand delivering these goals on a silver platter to his teammates so far. Sebword has had an absolute field day so far. And we're only on match number 2, Pyro. Can you even believe it?
Oh, I can. These players came ready to play, and you know, for the Mounties, right? They kind of need to open the floodgates. They need to end the scoring drought.
My.
You gotta have the feeling that once they get that first goal, they'll be moving. But unfortunately for them, it's RIT with every reason to move confidently on the field.
Yeah, they're really just able to get up the field that much quicker. They're in total control of the boost so far. You see in what could be key playmaking potential, you see that the Mountie side of boost economy is much more lower than what they need to actually finish off these goals. And you see RIT just being dominated of the mega boosts, able to keep roughly in that 60-100 boost rating right there. But you see Mounties right now still trying to make this attack work with such little boost, and that right there is what makes them drop back towards their side of the field. You can already see RIT they're on their defense, and yet they're perfectly full on boost. Sean even ready to get into the fray if need be, and Sebword starting to make this fly happen. Sean's going to send it back towards the midfield, towards Rupus. A little bit off target right there. Yam sending it back towards the midfield. As you can see, these boost economies still predominant in RIT's favor. They are going to be forced to drop back just a little bit off of the playmaking from Snizzy. Dropping back towards the RIT side. It's centered, but up comes Sebword flying in from right field, able to push it back towards the Mounties side of things. We're going to head back up in the air as Snizzy's trying to get a nice corner kick going. A little bit of above the goal. Yam able to clear the ball from its original destination. Balin still fighting it for right now, and if you see at the top right of your screen, you still see that Mounties are struggling to keep up this boost, and not being able to keep that boost is what's making them drop back towards the defense so often. You see Sean, full boost right now, totally able to set up for this counterattack, and there, you'll see it right there as he heads towards the corner. He's going to try and center it for his teammate. Nice deflect coming in from Snizzy. Yam ready to recenter, but with the time clock dwindling down, it doesn't really matter what efforts surpass from Mounties. It's going to soar towards the goal, try not to add salt in the wound. Sean, ball still remains in the air. There's really nothing too much more to say about it. It's just a lot of action right now, especially 5-0 on the Mountie side. Trying to get the ball to drop. Nice demo coming in from Rupus. And map 2 will go to the side of RIT once again, except this time we've got a lot more goals under the belt, and that's a lot more goals for Sebword.
Oh, yeah. Ruthless from Sebword. 5 for 7. A few things to call out here, aside from Sebword popping off on the goal-scoring department. is on the other side of the field. There is just a 10-digit combination lock on the defensive end for RIT that the Mounties can't figure out. You know, we talk about the boost a lot, but talk about the intercepting paths as well. I think the reads from RIT have been fantastic just in terms of the shots that Mounties are able to put up. You look at the saves made, they've made 5 saves for the 7 shots. That's partly due to their reads, but also partly because there's got to be a little more power. There's got to be a little more creativity to these Mountie shots. Maybe some follow-up chances as well. It feels kind of one and done from their side. So getting that mounting pressure is going to be really important for the Mounties. Go figure.
I see what you
But
did there.
halfway through the series here. Hey, only halfway at this point, right? It's still a chance for the Mounties to open up that scoring department. You got to believe in the crew to try to give some competition to this RIT team.
There's definitely still plenty of time to get through. I totally agree with you. This pass work from Mounties, if it just, you know, it tightens up just a slight bit more, it could definitely see some fruition in their offense right now. But as you were saying, the read work from RIT as well to just make things happen, get things going, heading towards the midfield. Just like that, the quick deflections from Mounties are immediately responded by these players from RIT. You see Sean answering almost every pass back towards the midfield. Every ball cleared from Mounties somehow ends up being a counterattack from RIT. And you're seeing that happen right now as Sean sends another ball on target. Great deflect by, I believe that was Snizzy. You're going to see us go back towards the midfield. Sending us back towards the corner will be Snizzy. And just like that, all these touches from Mounties are being read perfectly as Sean and Yum, great teamwork, able to score yet again very early before the first minute surpasses the game clock. And RIT has just been dominant so far.
And we mentioned this a few times, but those counterattacks, right, from RIT, that was Sean already positioned upfield, already prepared to catch that pass from Yam. But 1v1 right now, Balin sets it up off the backboard. Best chance there for Mounties to score. Unfortunately, the shot off the backboard still a little high. It's clear that those opportunities are few and far between for the Mounties so far. You gotta finish on those chances. You at least gotta put those shots on target. But the attack feels rushed, right? When you don't get that many opportunities, you feel like you've got to outpace yourself just to get the shot chance. Unfortunately, it doesn't go in for them. But RIT, they'll be happy for it. They're still on this shutout run.
And there you go. You're gonna see it continue to happen as we see yet another RIT goal come out from Sean, giving them the second one of our round number 3. They've just been playing an absolute great game so far. You're seeing these reads come out really great. It's not necessarily that Mounties have been playing bad. It's just that RIT has just been making every move correctly. And they aren't really even capitalizing on Mounties' mistakes. It's more so that they're just in dominant control of the field. You can see we're getting into a little bit of a struggle here with Sean, who's able to send it back right towards the goal with just the keeper to beat and won't get through since he is able to keep the ball alive and in play, sending it back towards the midfield as well. But Sebward ready to answer with this passing. He's going to get a nice demo onto Balin. Still fighting towards the Mounties side of the field. Not much being done. Some pass work getting laid out. Not much to see here. Sebward looking to center it again. He's going to be able to get deflocked by Rupus. More towards the midfield. Was going towards the midfield, but Yam ready to make this attack into another goal as it finally gets sent back towards the RIT half of the field. But just look at this. Look at the way that RIT are able to clear these balls to make it so that they're able to go back on their offensive and just keep applying all this pressure onto the Mounties' goal. It's forcing Mounties into a man deficit, because with the way these counterattacks are happening, Mounties are really forced to keep a goalie in position, and that's going to make a struggle even harder as another demo comes out. Yam centering back towards the field, off the backboard. Nobody's there to assist and capitalize. However, it's going to get sent back. And as I say that, Sebward from the depths of the back left field coming on in and slams it down. Great goal work, great pass work, and my goodness, we're at a 3-0 game.
They made a good point about how MAC, they're kind of forced to have that goalie on hand, but on that possession where they just got scored on, they kind of pulled the goalie. They realized, okay, it's getting a little too late to start to get this offense alive. Oh my goodness. Alive and breathing well is Yam. Reset to the wave dash. Gets there for the musty.
Oh my goodness.
Ruthless.
Not giving any sort of leeway right now is RIT. And off of this kickoff, you already see the aggression coming in as Yam already grabbing the mega boost to try and make yet another early goal for RIT. They are just not giving it up at all. They're making Mounties work 200% here for just any sort of struggle, and just like that, Sean is going to give us another goal of the good corner cross from Sebward. Nice little shot from the backboard, able to slam it on in. And we're seeing a very familiar scoreline right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We've seen this before. 5-0 on the side of RIT. It's just a clinic at this point. They are clinical in nature as well. That's the one thing about RIT is, have we seen many mistakes? Right? Have we seen missteps on the field? Maybe a couple times of them being overcommitted. We mentioned how they love to get aggressive on the counterattacks. The reason they can do that is they're not really punished for it, right? Mounties haven't been able to move across the field on these counterattacks quickly enough to punish them. So RIT, if they want to stake their claim, have their domain on the orange end of the field, well, they can, and they will, and they do. Past the last 30 seconds of this game, and I'm kind of waiting for that moment that the Mounties do get their first goal so that we can all erupt for this team, but it just hasn't happened yet. 8 seconds remaining, and RIT will control this to the bitter end of game number 3. Long ball downfield, Rupus with the double tap in front of the net. That's put down, and RIT are up 3.
And it's just, they're looking to close it out really as fast as possible. You see a little bit of spread work differentiate from last round. You're seeing Sean now being the man of the match with 3 goals, 5 shots. You are seeing lots of shot work and aggression from Sebward yet again. And he's even got some assists this time on the board. Even did some defensive work off of some Mounties attacks. You see that one save come on, but we definitely need some kind of life breathed in to the Mounties squad, because right now this is just a little disheartening for them, and I have to say they have to be shaken up after the last 3 matches.
Yeah. Well, listen, the best thing about this situation is you might as well give it your all, right? And that's exactly
there we go!
What we're gonna do. The Mounties are on the board as Snizzy scores.
Good cross from Rupus to finally give the Mounties some kind of hope in this matchup. That might just be what they needed to start confronting the powerhouse of RIT. And as I say that, I eat my words, and Yam immediately scores off of what seemed like no defensive work. The kickoff just didn't work in their favor. Balin wasn't able to return to the goal in time. And can't even let RIT celebrate even a second. It's this
It's
aggression.
just classic Rocket League, Louis. I mean, you work so hard for that first goal, all for it to just be negated right away. But how about the pass?
boy.
Oh, lovely dump there from Balin out to Snizzy. Now we're starting to see the infield progression. Now we're starting to see those infield passes occur. Oh, Mounties, loving the connections. This is a big difference from their last game as well, Louis. I mean, they only had one shot registered. It was dismal out of Mount Aloysius this time around. They've been able to switch it up. Unfortunate to see them, at least for their favor, be down here in the first minute of the game. But you said it earlier. RIT, they want to close up shop. They want to get out of here as quickly as possible. Right? Yom's already had nearly the play of the game with the flip
Oh
reset
my,
away
wait!
from Musty.
Oh.
Close.
It was definitely a good one. It's a nice center. A good retake from Balin, finally, off of a nice backboard shot from Snizzy. Dumping it back into the goal. He's able to recapitalize at the lack of defenders. And oh my goodness, Pyro, I think we might have a game on our hands. 2-2. 4 goals have been scored, and we're hardly a minute off of the game clock. And just like that, a lead for the first time for the Mounties.
Oh my goodness.
3-2 off of what a great kickoff we just saw. Completely open net for RIT. Mounties have waken up. They smell the coffee. They've got the slaps to the face as much as they wanted in those first 3 rounds, and now they definitely want vengeance. As you see another center off the backboard, it's almost capitalized again. Sebward, though, finally going to send it back towards the midfield. Balin is able to slow down some of the aggression. Just the keeper to beat. He does flip it up in the air, and Snizzy able to deflect it off with a nice fly back towards midfield. Still towards the orange side of the field we are, and it's coming off of a cross. Sebward looking to put it in, but no. Great block by Balin, trying to push it back towards the blue field, and yes, just Yom to beat, but he gets there faster. Rupus still able to try and flick back to the defense, and there's too many players for, I believe that was Snizzy who was in the goalie position that time. Yeah, it was just a lot more for Snizzy to deal with that time around. But now we're evened back onto a 3-3 scoreline, and there's still a little over 3 minutes to go.
I'll tell you what, this is the game that we've been kind of waiting to see for a couple reasons, but the most prominent one is that the Mounties are done hesitating. I mentioned it at the very beginning of the game, but at this point, if you're gonna lose in a sweep, you might as well lose giving it everything, right? Not holding back whatsoever. And so that means stop double thinking, stop second guessing. Maybe a second guess to defend the goal line could have happened here. This one left absent at the net. Rupus really interested in grabbing some boost there. But Sean instead will score. So we have 7 goals in the first 2 minutes. That's super normal for Rocket League. But nevertheless, okay, we're seeing a Mounties that want to attack, that want to challenge, and that for the most part aren't being outpaced like they have a majority of this series. Ooh, the reset pass there from Yom as RIT are getting things moving again.
They have started up their front and back burners once again. Fuel to a fire right now. They want that lead right back, and they will start to get it up by 2 goals now with great pass work from Sebward and the nice dunk from Yom to finish it up right there. They're doing a wonderful job of keeping that aggression despite we finally have Mounties on the board, but RIT are just saying it doesn't really matter to us. We're just going to keep doing what we've been doing for these last few rounds, and it's working out for them as Yom gets another perfect assist for Sebward to dunk it right in. My goodness, just beating Rupus to that middle goal. And just like that, a 3-goal lead with a little over 2 minutes to go. Demo coming in. Snizzy looking to make the pass work happen, though. He's got past the defenders, but is able to get back in time as Yom who keeps it alive, trying to keep up this attack going is Mounties. You see a lot more corner control being established. This pressure with the lack of boost from RIT, they're finally sending it back towards mid-control. But now Rupus looking to make a really nice fly here for his team. And some great fly work from Rupus. Ends up being a snizzy goal. Absolutely wonderful touches, wonderful fly coming in from Rupus right there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what there, Yam had previously made probably the save of the game. All two of his teammates were beaten by a flip reset play from Snizzy, and he had to fly in and get under the ball for that save. That time around, though, that save left more to be desired. There was not a lot of power behind it. Left the follow-up very easy to get. For the most part, Mounties have not had those easy follow-ups, so I'm glad to see them take advantage every one that comes. But this is a 10-goal game. Game number 4. An absolute firefight. And we will see. Mounties, do you got a couple extra in you here for game number 4 to drag us to OT?
It just might happen. 60 seconds left on our game clock now. Mounties have definitely improved on their teamwork from the first couple of rounds that we saw. They've definitely tightened up their attacks. Their defenses haven't even been that bad either. We just see a lot of back and forth from both these teams. As you were saying, not really a normality to see 10 gores scold in one match. 30 seconds to go as we're still fighting on the Mountie side of things. Still trying to make things happen is Sebward, who sends it in, making it 7-4, back to this 3-goal lead. And the pressure is definitely building up as RIT. This just might be the last round that we see from these two teams just yet. But this Mounties dream is still very much alive. 20 seconds, excuse me. May not seem like a lot of time, but it's a lifetime in these kinds of scenarios. And Mounties want to at least make something work. Final 10 seconds coming out as we battle yet again towards the midfield. It's sent back towards the RIT side of things, but it's just not enough time. And RIT slamming the ball down towards their side of things. And it's going to be a 4-0 victory. What was a great showing on our round number 4 from the Mounties. Unfortunately, it's just too little too late. And RIT able to fully capitalize. And are going to continue to move on in our next set of games here.
Yep. Hey, listen, too little too late. It's probably the right way to describe it. And Mounties, I know they're not going to walk away from a sweep against them with their heads held the highest, but I think they should still keep that chin up, because in game 4, they were able to showcase a lot of what this team is potential for. And this game 4 was great to see from them. That said, RIT, a near masterclass, a near flawless series. They demonstrated how free the backboard can be when their counterattacks are swift, when their passes and air dribbles off that backboard and even flip resets just set up for that follow-up attack. That is how they earned a majority of those goals. So Mounties will move down to the lower bracket here for this Rocket League tournament, the ECAC Spring Showdown. And I believe it is RIT against Nichols next. That's how that upper bracket moves on.
It is going to be quite the showing. We are going to see, as you said, the Mounties stay alive in our lower bracket. But after what was a very nice game 1, we are going to send it back towards our main stage with a quick little player interview. And we'll catch you later after that.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the ECAC Spring Showdown 25. We are here with Rochester Institute of Technology, a dominating performance there against the Mounties. Talk us through how your team's chemistry was building up throughout that match.
Yeah, so it was taking a little bit, with the early matches, took a little bit to warm up. But once we got in the rhythm, we had the pressure, and we just felt really confident, especially in an environment like this. The confidence is key. An environment that's just so new and different than what we're used to. So definitely, once we got that confidence, we're just sending it.
Excellent. Great job. You won that set here. You have Nichols College coming up next. What are you guys going to do now to prepare from having kind of a dominating performance to now seeing what a new opponent's going to bring to the table?
Yeah, I mean, make sure we always have a reality check. You know, each team is going to come out swinging, so just make sure we're not really, kind of going all in and, not keeping ourselves, straight. So just reset, try to put on the pressure and keep it consistent and, see how we do.
All right. And one more question here. We are competing and playing for a chance at a semester-long Chipotle card. What's your Chipotle meal if you win that card?
I love Chipotle. Fantastic. Always extra white rice, black beans. I gotta go. I'm a veggie guy. I'm vegetarian. But then mild, medium corn and guac, my go-to. It's delicious.
All right, well, congratulations, Rochester. Good luck in your next match against Nichols. When we come back, we'll have some more Rocket League right here at the ECAC Spring Showdown. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy, everybody.
Woo!
What school do you represent?
I represent SUNY Polytechnic Institute.
I represent the University at Albany.
George Washington University.
How far did you guys travel today?
We traveled around, I'd say like 10 hours on the train up from DC. We traveled from Utica. It's about an hour and a half drive.
About 15, 20 minutes. It wasn't too bad.
Besides the game you're competing in, what are you most excited to watch?
Out of two, I'd say Valorant. I started playing CSGO when I was a lot younger, so I'm really into tac shooters and just seeing like the best players of all the East Coast play. Really excited to see that.
So historically, Stockton's Overwatch team I want to watch. I'm a big fan of that. So once we're done with Rocket League, I'd love to come over and see how they're doing.
What are you looking for most this weekend?
Meeting other schools, meeting other teams, but hoping to shoot for gold.
Yeah, of course. Who at LAN is your toughest opponent?
Stockton again, another name drop. We've played them online for quite a while, and they've been tough in the past. But I think we've warmed up enough. I think we're ready to go.
I mean, we played a lot of really competitive teams, especially in the qualifiers. But in the second one, we played Endicott, and we brought it back match point overtime. So I'm really excited to see how we do against them now here.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the ECAC Spring Showdown 2025. I'm your host, Paulie Hype, and we are in the city of Troy at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute Experimental Media and Center for Performing Arts. It's been an amazing weekend here. Early morning, gamers don't show up really before noon, so a lot of them are backstage still playing, competing, and as teams get eliminated here, we'll be filling in the stage, no question about it. But early this morning, the Rocket League players are plagued with having to hit the stage. 9 a.m. games, 10 a.m. games, but they are here, moving along the bracket. We just saw an amazing match between the Rochester Institute, and they'll be going against Nichols College coming up next, Nichols Esports. So, Rochester Institute, Nichols Esports, Rocket League, we are here to see which of the 36 teams that traveled from all over the country are the best in the East. So without further ado, let's get some Rocket League underway, and we'll have some more action coming up shortly. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go, Rocket League. Rochester and Nichols. Who's it going to be?
Big shout out to Paulie, and we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got RIT returning for their matchup against Nichols, and oh my goodness, how we are getting underway right away. Pyro has joined me once again. I'm so glad that you're still with us.
Absolutely. And Nichols College is happy to have Pyros on their team because this is the guy to watch from their squad as Nichols College opens up the scoring. We did just watch an RIT that put a stampeding effort on the Mounties, but they're going up against different competition here. The #1 seeded team here in the playoff bracket of Nichols College.
Yeah, so far, we're seeing some good stuff being come out as Ronnie starts his fly, nearly getting it done. Very rapid right there. Towards the midfield we go. RIT keeping up some aggression now. Defense is going to have to be a little tighter from Nichols here, and it's able to get it back towards the midfield. The boost econ not looking great from Nichols right now. So they're going to have to play a bit more passively, a bit more defensively. But as you see that finally get the side boost going down, and a demo coming out from Pyros onto Yam. Still keeping the pressure up is Ronnie. Back towards this corner kick. Setting it back towards midfield once again. RT looking to make their attack start right away. Just got to get a good tap off of this corner. No, it's sent right the other way. Ronnie able to follow up onto what could be a corner center. It's a nice defensive work being laid down by RIT. Still going to send back towards the goal. Almost goes in. It's up in the air, and it's going to be a tough one to beat as Ronnie, with great pass work from Pyros, able to score another goal for Nichols College.
That was nicely done. That was wonderful. You saw Pyros on like literally no boost, faking the shot, calling in his teammate Ronnie to finish the job. So that's just good communication out of Nichols College. And you got to think as well, right? After the matchup we saw between RIT. Oh, what a boomsy dish out of Yam. There we go, scoring on the field here for RIT. We heard from them in the interview that they got to reset expectations. They mentioned the fact that, listen, every opponent is going to bring something different. And this Nichols College is a storied team. We've seen past iterations with Pyros teaming with Polar and K-Frost. And now with Ronnie and Troy, they still have great potential. And it's no surprise to see them coming out into the playoff bracket as this #1 seed. RIT with a lot of work to do, but already showing some fruits out of their labor. They've got an attack working up already right here. Demolition from Sean, pass in front of the net that Ronnie will save.
So nice save there by Ronnie. Another demo coming out. As soon as I say that, RIT were not happy about the save that came out and blocked what was a pretty good shot. I believed it was Yam who had laid down that shot on goal, but now it's sending back towards the corner. Looking to center it is Yam. Nobody's really there to follow up the goal. They do think the boosts were a little lackluster, but now we're sent back towards the RIT side of things. Troy and Ronnie still keeping up some good offense. do need to drop back now as Troy begins to recenter. That's a pretty nice shot. It's blocked by Yam, however. Soars back towards the other side of our field, dropping back on the defense. Ronnie able to clear it away so far. Yam keeping it alive, though. Back towards the center we go. Pyros immediately switching the change of pace, battling towards this corner area, sending it yet again back towards his midfield. Off of the post. Not able to get much work being done. Troy with a very nice fly. He's able to try and assist his teammate. Nice little deflect coming in to halt the aggression. Still on the Nichols field side of things. 60 seconds to go. 1 minute mark has been reached, and it's still pretty close as RIT are still trying to keep the aggression. It was a missed goal. Follow-up from Sean isn't able to go in with a very nice save. Still plenty of time for RIT to try and make this counterattack work. They're still on the offensive. They still have this boost control. They just need to keep it up if they want to stay alive. 30 seconds to go now. It's off the post of the Mounties' goal. Yam still looking to get things done here. Sebward trying to follow it up, but Pyros is making it also difficult for them to follow up with their shots. Ronnie sending it back towards the midfield, and he almost beats two of the remaining players from RIT, and finally Sebward able to put it in. With only 13 seconds to go, we've got a tie game, ladies and gentlemen.
That is the most stubborn defense we have seen today. Facing unlimited pressure was Nichols, and they couldn't find an exit route. There was no escape route or escape rope in their bag. They just couldn't get away. And finally, the pressure gave in, but now the game's tied, and we might have our first overtime of the day, unless can there be that 0-second goal?
Oh.
No. Ball lobbed downfield, and we got extra time.
We're going to extra minutes now. That game clock, unfortunately, unlike soccer, not limited to whatever downtime they had. This could go on for as long as necessary, ladies and gentlemen. However, both these teams don't want it to go on for too long, as we're already battling out towards the Nichols side of things. Almost a good shot on goal, but Pyros able to deflect. Sean trying to go in for a follow-up, but it sends back towards the midfield. Yam trying to center it again for the rest of his team, but Troy is able to deflect, change the pace of the goaling right now. Sean sending it back. Might be a good center. Might even solo this, and it's a follow-up by Sebward. In our first 41 seconds of overtime, after the follow-up of Sean is able to put it on in with a little bit of assistance from Pyros, it seemed. And RIT gonna keep their win streak going as they take round number 1 of our Nichols matchup.
Talk about flicking the switch. Talk about just completely flip-flopping the momentum here. RIT did not start out on top, not in the pressure department, not in the scoring, but to be able to adapt that swiftly. And again, I want to mention the interview that we heard from RIT. They said we're going to need to respond to a completely different team. To be able to do that within game 1 is exceptional. That shows the true experience of this team to settle in and figure out ways to score. And the story for RIT in game number 1 was basically put up as many shots as possible, defend the midfield line with your life, and focus on battling out those resources from Nichols. And we saw some strength points out of RIT in the last match really prove their way into this one as well. They're using that backboard as that moneymaker again, getting quick passes around the defense from the backboard to take them off guard and make them react too quickly. And the clinical shot taking came through as well. So very close game 1, and it provides us, Louis, with potentially a longer match this time around.
Yeah, we might even see more than 4 games this time around, so I'm definitely interested. We're getting our next kickoff set up on here. It looks like Nichols are going to be able to win it out, and it's a little bit of a confusion at the goalie post. Still keeping the pressure up. Pyros with a very nice fly. Might not hit the car, but it did hit one of the defenders of RIT. As Sebward is still trying to keep this aggression. Yam looking to center it right now. It heads towards the middle, and there's no defenders from Nichols to try and stop it. Good pass work from Sean to try and center it for the teammate of Sean. And that'll give RIT a very, very rapid goal to kick us off.
Yep. Friendly roll off the post there that you saw on the shot. Nicely done. But the thing to highlight there is pretty much what RIT have been doing all day long. They kind of refuse to take that direct shot, right? They'll always find a way around the defender to hit it off the backboard. Nichols need to realize that sooner rather than later, because their reads are not on target on the defensive side. They're trying to defend that direct shot, which Troy does there. But in many cases, RIT just do a beautiful job of carving lanes around the Nichols College defense. They've got to cover up those lanes as the game goes on for Nichols.
Absolutely. Why breach through the iron? Why go over the iron wall when you could just breach straight through it?
There you go.
I know English. I definitely know English. But we're still seeing more aggression being served up from RIT. Troy was looking to center it back towards the midfield, but still you see just that pressure coming in from RIT as Sean gets another goal off of a very nice self pass, right as you can see over the heads of the Nichols defenders. Doesn't need much follow-up after that. He's able to put it in rather quickly. And we're going to keep this aggression going. Actually, it's going to go the other way of things. Pyros almost getting a goal, nearly getting another one in from Nichols. Troy with a very nice follow-up, but just great defensive work from RIT. Sebward is going to send it back towards the other side of things now, and Yam wanting to center it now. Sean tries to make a really good fly, but Troy able to send it back the other way. Yam doing the same thing, keeping the aggression. Good touch there. Almost gets the flip reset. Isn't able to capitalize the way they want to. Sending back towards the corner is Sean. Firing it off towards Sebward. Is able to deflect it off. It looks like it's going in, but Troy's not going to have any difficulty sending it back the other way. Sean still battling out towards this midfield control. Not too much being done here from Nichols, but Yam on this fly nearly gets a nice centerage. Sean looking for a follow-up, sending it back towards the middle, but nice little deflect from Ronnie to try and keep it alive. More aggression from RIT on full display right now. You're trying to see Nichols get this ball out of their side of things. Every clear has just been met with another attack, and what a fly from Yam! My goodness! A third goal to kick it off for RIT. Do you see this rotation, this fly work, this double touch? My goodness!
Lovely air dribble out of Yam. He continues to be our highlight reel maker, and this is a developing story, no doubt, in the Rocket League scene here for the ECAC Spring Showdown. Coming into this playoff stage, seeded fourth is RIT, taking down that #1 seed now. Nichols College, 3-0, game number 2. And again, just performing with grace, with style on these shots. Other thing that we just haven't been able to mention is the work being done in the physical department out of RIT that's keeping Nichols back on their own side. Sebward, for the first 2 goals, laid on the last bump or the last demo on the goal line. This time, Yam flip reset to the infield, forcing the defense's hand. Sean's going to clear that to the other end. Shot there right off the crossbar. Very close follow-up's going to do it. 4 goals. This time, Sebward did not need any bump. Just needed the open shot.
And you're seeing a very rapid change of pace from what we saw in our round 1. It looked like it was close. It even went to overtime. Even though it was a very rapid overtime, it was still evenly matched. This time, all 4 goals that have been scored have just gone to the way of RIT. And as we enter the 1-minute warning, it's looking like RIT are going to keep this aggression and should be able to walk away with the second game on their hand. Still fighting it out, though. And it's just, as we saw from the matchup with Mounties, it's just the pressure and the aggression that RIT has been showing. You haven't really seen the ball head towards this blue side at all, but as I finally say that, I gotta open my big mouth. Never mind, we're heading back towards the orange side of things. Pyros is trying to change that as much as possible with a nice deflect from Ronnie to try and center it again. But just like that, we're going back to the blue side, actually. Sebward is trying to get it off of here. He doesn't have a lot of boost, but yet the momentum that was previously established is able to follow it up. Not a great touch from Sean, just nearly misses. Just looking to keep the defense up as we enter the last few seconds of the match. Troy sending it towards the middle. It's great bump work. It is going to go to the way of RIT because I don't think you can score 4 goals with no time on the clock. And just like that, RIT will take round number 2 in a much more dominant fashion. 2 goals from the way of Sean. Look at the shots put on the board from RIT. Between the 3 of them, 14 shots for this squad. Just this aggression on full display from this team has just been insurmountable. No one has gotten able to pass it just yet. We saw Mounties try to do as much as they could, and they couldn't get over it. And now you're seeing Nichols having the same sort of struggle that they haven't been able to even get back to the midfield in some points. You did see a bit of counterattack play in that last round right there. There was only a few seconds left, so it was, again, too little, too late scenario. But we might see a change of pace over in our next round. It's just up to that.
It is indeed. I like what you're calling out with the field domination. I think RIT just in general, a stellar performance and having a cohesive unit. You've got mostly on the counterattacks or just to start the possession, Sean as this first man. You've got Yam basically as your style player, the finishing factor, the striker, the shot taker, outperforming in this series and the last. Talk about a Lanimal in the making. And then Sebward. Sebward is able to take any role necessary. We've seen it in the bumping, in the physical plays, in the demos, but we've also seen it in the passing. We've seen it in Yam setting up off the backboard and Sebward just being in the perfect position. He's got a great mind for the game. He has that CRL experience. This is what you expect out of Sebward. And Nichols, it's just all of those strengths that you have to find some way to mute as we get to game 3.
Kicking it off. Pretty rapid pace right now. Some struggling towards the Nichols goal. And just like that, Yam has already kicked things off. Very rapid pace. Trying to deflect it right there was, I believe, Troy, but just couldn't get enough power under the ball to try and get a nice enough clear. And a full RIT advantage was taken. And just like that, Troy sending it the other way. Yam denying that sort of aggression, but Pyros is there with a very nice fly to keep it towards the blue side of things. Yam is going to center it back. A little bit of ping-pong action from both teams right now. I'm not sure what was Ronnie trying to do with that backflip, but he's able to still retain his positioning. Not too aggressive, not too defensive. Able to stay over in that midfield control. Sean definitely battling it out defense-wise. Good save from RIT right there. And Yam sending it over. Just going to get a nice deflect from his teammate. Trying to follow up is Sean. He gets a touch onto the post, but it's just going to be deflected back towards midfield. And just like that, Yam still trying to make this attack work off the backboard. It does have a very close drop, but we're just going to go sent the other way from Pyros. Another demo coming out onto one of the Nichols attackers. And just like that, that leaves an open defense for Sebward to take full advantage. Being down a man just gave the pressure that RIT needed for a follow-up goal.
Yeah, I got to break down that play. That was almost perfect from Nichols College. You had the sidewall read from Pyros. Ridiculous redirect to get that across. Then you had the follow-up demolition. All you needed was the shot, and the commit from the third man just wasn't there. There's a little bit of timidness right now to this Nichols College team. And really all you need was that finishing factor, that last shot. Nichols, that confidence has got to be there in game number 3 when you're kind of down for the count. Now you're down 2 goals in this game.
You're even down 2 men right now.
A double demo. That looks great. That should build some confidence in their team. But they've just got to work off of those moments instead of being corralled back to their own goal line.
Pretty good fly from Yum right there. All very close right now, but Ronnie sending it back towards the midfield. He's got 2 players to beat all of a sudden. Yum returning to the defensive half. Sebward sending it back towards the middle. Good deflect from Troy, but Sebward immediately firing it back towards midfield control. Ronnie keeping up some sort of aggression. Sebward sending it back. And Pyros with a very nice dribble to try and keep it in the mid portion of things. Ronnie, whoa! Very nice demolition to give Ronnie a goal and give Nichols the opening shot that they needed. Watch this replay carefully, folks. Big demo onto Sean to give Troy that goal. Oh my God, perfect play, perfect teamwork. And that should give Nichols the confidence to keep on going, as now we're sub 2 minutes. My goodness.
I mean, Ronnie was just cold as ice. That whole play started off a fake at the midfield. I don't understand how being down 2 goals you can pull off a play like that, but wow, Ronnie, will it all be for naught though? Ronnie has to stretch there on the goal line just to make that save. Pinch made on the offensive side here for RIT. They're trying to get things going again. They're trying to extend that lead. Back to 2. You always got to watch for that player. Yom setting up the flip reset off 1 touch. Trying to get that lethal factor injected. Yom on the challenge. That's Ronnie to deliver the infield pass. Who's the striker? It's Troy, but it's just a light lob. That infield pass, yeah, intercepted well by RIT. They've got the vision. This team, vigilant as ever to take out those carved lanes of the attack from Nichols College. Under a minute remaining. That's a nice pass, Ronnie.
Oh!
Backflip to score. He's doing it in style.
Very nice shot being laid on from Ronnie. The defense just couldn't get there in time from RIT. And we're back to similarities that we saw in round 1. 48 seconds left in our round 3. 2-2 scoreline. Could potentially see the return of overtime. Sending it back towards the Nichols side of the field, though. Going right back. Sean almost centering it. Not enough boost coming out, but Ronnie thankfully able to make the hero play. Send it back towards RIT's side. It's going to look like a nice corner, but the deflect from Yam makes it so that they cannot capitalize at all. We are sending back towards the midfield, and the touch is not what was expected from Ronnie right there. Final 10 seconds in our round 3. Still battling it out. They're looking for a late goal right now. Ronnie's just looking for it to touch the ground so they can keep on going. Ronnie might make it go all the way. Never mind. It drops just below. And we've got our second batch of overtime. Sending it towards the corner is Yam. He gets a little push back towards his goal. Sean keeping up with a very nice touch here. Troy deflecting it back towards the corner. Yam wants to keep it alive, however. Pyros keeps it up in the air. Deflect from Sebward might make things a little bit tricky right now, but Pyros on a very nice fly, sending it back towards the midfield. Now we're headed towards the corner off of a touch from Sean. Sebward's going to make it so that Pyros is going to intercept it, and we're still going to stay on the blue side of things. As I say that, Ronnie answering it back, keeping this aggression. Doesn't want to let go just yet. Boost economy is still looking good for Nichols to keep up the aggression. Pyros able to steal the Mega Boost and deny some of the resources from the defense. But just like that, we're actually going back to the Nichols side of things. Troy able to get a nice touch to try and keep it alive. Ronnie with the follow-up. Sebward sending it right towards the corner. Pyros hitting it back towards midfield. Yam should be in a position to get it done, but it's not enough power. We're sending it up towards the top of the arena. Pyros back into the corner trying to find more boost, and it's a bump on Sean to take him out, and a demo coming out on the RIT side of things. Still going back towards his midfield control is Yam. It's a big corner play. He's trying to center it for his teammates. It's too high in the air, though. Oh, off the crossbar. Nearly going in. Good shot on goal. The aggression from RIT was spectacular. It just couldn't finish it off. Yam, though, looking to take full advantage off the flip reset. Troy able to get there in time. Entering 2 minutes of overtime just yet. Sebward looking to push it in, and Sean able to close it out once again, giving RIT round number 3. A minute 49 in overtime, and some great groundwork from Sebward led to a Sean goal, which led to another RIT victory, and that will put them at series point.
It will indeed. RIT, what an overtime performance. Nose to the grindstone. Nichols College, they clawed their way back to that game, forcing a second OT. But as you can see, it takes a little extra to get that goal against this RIT team. What a unit. Now to get them 3 wins in a row, you kind of feel like Nichols College may have needed that point. You know, they may have needed that overtime goal because now they got a reverse sweep in a best-of-7. Very rare in Rocket League. Never call it impossible, but it is quite the mountain to climb.
It's definitely a tough one. Nichols have got to be talking it over right now. They need to keep up the aggression that they've been showing in this round that we just finished and the beginning round that we kicked off in. That's 2 overtimes that we haven't seen a lot of. The round 2 was definitely on the iffier side, but they immediately started to correct a couple of their mistakes, and you were able to see a lot more aggression on the Mountie side of things. We saw a lot more blue side of the field than we did orange, despite the goal count and the final I lost my train of thought. The final scoreline from RIT to win it out. We still saw a lot of blue come out from Mounties. The aggression from them was very nice. It's just the combination of Sebward, Sean, and Yam are just a dangerous triple threat. But now, we're going to kick off round number 4 right now. See how it keeps up. Dealing more towards the middle side of things. It looks like for an early goal here, and Yam has just been the man so far today. He's been getting these goals. He's been getting these flies. Do you see this dribble right now? The touches this man is able to get with those front tires. And not even a full 30 has elapsed, and a goal has been scored for the side of RIT.
You called Yam the man. I don't know a better way to describe it. Between this match and the last, it has been Yam down. Oh my. Sean almost created yet another path for Yam to score. That to me is what's so impressive though, is Yam's been popping off throughout the day. So you know it's not Nichols College just underestimating this player, right? No, they understand fully what Yam can do on the field, and still he's able to score.
Oh!
That said, a little bit of taking a page out of the handbook here for Nichols College. They've seen how demos and bumps can create that path, and Troy says, thank you very much for that free path, Pyros. I'll be happy to equalize on the scoreboard.
Making it equal indeed, and making it equal early is definitely going to be important for Nichols to stay alive if they want to keep up some kind of attack, some kind of aggression, and if they want to stay alive in this tournament as well. But as I say that, the ruthlessness from RIT as Sebward gets a very nice goal laid by the foundations of Sean. My goodness, We saw it in our last series. We saw it a couple rounds ago. RIT does not let any of their opponents celebrate whatever sort of advantage they receive. And just like that, Nichols definitely upset, definitely angered. They're trying to use that rage in their favor as we head towards the middle. Big demo from Yam, trying and send it the other way. Sean might follow up, offer the Yam fly, but no, it's actually going to return back towards the middle. Pyros might make this work. It drops down. Nobody's able to take it off, though. Sean sending it back towards the midfield, and a deflect from Ronnie might send it the other way. But just as I say that, Sean looking for the center. Not enough to be done. Troy's going to make it go the other way, and so is Sebward off of a very nice fly. Pyros now deflecting it up in the air we go. Yam able to get a touch, but can't really follow up as not enough boost was attained beforehand. Still back and forth, ping-ponging it around is Ronnie, who looks like he might get some good corner control. He sends it off towards the middle. Can his teammate follow up? Yes, he can! Troy, after a very nice center from Ronnie, getting a very nice goal right there, leaving the goalie open, beating Sebward to the punch, beating Sean to the punch, and is able to equalize it yet again. Still plenty of time on the game clock, 2-2 scoreline.
So many plays to break down, but at least on that most recent play, you saw Sebward respond right on the ball there. If he had responded maybe half a second earlier off the midfield demolition, they would have made that save, and RIT would still be in the lead. But that's just not how the game goes sometimes. In fact, the game gets a little finicky sometimes. Crossbar shot almost in there for RIT. They simply always find a way to answer back. RIT will not quit.
There is no sign of leverage, I guess you can say, being seen from RIT. They want all the smoke, honestly. Immediately get scored on and immediately answer back. They are making Nichols work overtime for these goals, and they're following it up immediately. And RIT are just so strong right now. As mentioned previously, Nichols have been playing a wonderful game. They've been playing absolutely out of their minds. But it's just RIT, the talent and the potential. As we head back towards the midfield, Yam already with this big fly, but Troy able to respond onto it. Sean gets a touch, but not the initial touch they wanted. Sebward sending it towards the middle is going to get responded by one of the members of Nichols. Still keeping up this aggression, though. Yam beginning to send it the other way, and this fly that he's oh so proficient at, not as successful as seen. It is going to be a top down, but great read from Ronnie to try and clear it out. 60 seconds to go, and Nichols need a goal to stay alive. Sean sending it back towards his side of the field, and big demo! That's the goal they needed! Pyros off of the follow-up from Ronnie's demo. Definitely important there. Little under 50 in the match remaining. And we might see a triple overtime. 3-3 scoreline. Game clock sub 1 minute. Running out of time here. They're sending it right back. No, the crossbar works against Nichols. Almost saw the lead. Still trying to keep up the aggression despite what could have been greatness. 30 seconds to go, and Sean answers it back! Pyros able to answer back off of the aggression. And finally, Nichols are in the driver's seat. We could see a game go in their favor. 28 seconds left. Pyros with an amazing goal. We have to see how Nichols keep this control up. And as I say that, Sebward's going to send it towards the middle. Nobody's able to respond. And Yam answering immediately. My goodness, 7 seconds elapsed from the game clock, and immediately RIT are already ready to respond. 4-on-4 in the score. 21 seconds. Who's going to win it?
Could be anyone's ball game at this point. Sean, no boost on this play. Pyros follows it elegantly, 50s it out to a teammate, but the strike's just not hot enough. Yum can end the ball game right here. Bouncer to the net.
No!
That one's in. The lead ripped back in their favor for RIT.
It's just, he's so dominant on the field. Yam immediately scoring. 6 seconds to go. The kickoff is going to be crucial. It could all end right here for Nichols. They need a great touch. Pyros is trying to kick it off, but it's immediately deflected back. There's no time on the clock, and RIT with a massive upset, ending the storyline for Nichols. Back-to-back games, back-to-back 4-0s, and my goodness, the aggression from this team is just insurmountable. Even though it was a 4-0, what a way to end it. The showing from Nichols was definitely a delight to watch. But ultimately, it just goes to the side of RIT. Well done to them. RIT are going to continue to move on. Nichols, I also believe, drop to the lower bracket, and they'll fight up against Mounties to see who moves on from that matchup. But after what we saw, an amazing game, we're going to send it back towards the main stage with another interview, and we'll go from there. Stay tuned, everybody. Wow, what a game we've witnessed. That was awesome.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the ECAC Spring Showdown. I am here with the Rochester Institute of Technology. You guys played fantastic. 2 sets in a row, 4 zeros, but that second set against Nichols, multiple overtimes. How did you stay composed and still pull it off?
Having fun. Like, if somebody messes up, you just got to laugh at them. Like, you just got to laugh. That's about it. Have fun. It becomes easier. Once you get nervous and, like, your hands are all shaky, it's impossible. So you just got to have fun.
So I noticed also your team very collective on the comms, not going super crazy like you see some teams getting very animated. You guys seem to be a very even-keeled team. How does that play into your strategy of winning?
Composed offense as well. Well, me and Sean are sick, so our throats are like killing us. So if we yelled like that, we would like have a stroke and die. So I think we just got to be composed. Sure. Go for solo plays.
So please, what team are you now looking forward to in the bracket as you're moving along? You're competing for, once again, a semester-long Chipotle gift card. What team are you looking forward to going against here later in the bracket?
I want to play Stockton really bad.
Stockton?
Yeah.
That would be an amazing matchup, actually. Stockton, one of the fan favorites and, of course, skilled favorites. But congratulations, you're moving on, and we'll see more here on the main stage as we have Rocket League for the rest of the day. Don't forget, everybody, this event is sponsored by City of Troy, Rensselaer County. All the PCs up here are Asus Republic. Chipotle and Turtle Beach are the headphones. All these students competing for a Chipotle semester-long gift card. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, more Rocket League right here at the ECAC Spring Showdown. Woo, good job, everybody.
The world of esports has become wildly popular.
Esports Spring Showdown is set to electrify RPI this weekend.
Let's connect a little bit. Is it removed? RPI get another round.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the ECAC Spring Showdown 2025 here in the Experimental Media and Center of Performing Arts at RPI College. So it's amazing to be here. We have another match here in the lower bracket Rocket League losers, and we have a really good one here for you. So we have Nichols College. We just saw them. Amazing match going against Rochester Institute. They weren't able to pull it out, but multiple games to overtime, playing very well. They are going to have their task cut out for them, though, because they're going against Stockton. Stockton, one of the best Rocket League programs in the country. It's going to be difficult for them to advance here, but Nichols can do it. Let's see which team comes out on top and advances through the bracket to chase that semester-long Chipotle gift card. So when we return, more Rocket League action. Don't go anywhere.
All right, and we're going to get right back into it. We got Nichols returning back to the stage, going up against Stockton this time around. And I'm hoping for a good one. What do you say, Pyro?
I say let's get down to it. I think Nichols especially say let's get down to it. They've got to be hungry for redemption, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. After that initial battle with RIT, they played really well. It's just, like, it's RIT, honestly. But we'll see how they fare up against Stockton this time around.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Stockton is an exciting team to get to watch here. A8P, a.k.a. Anthony 8 Pizza, is here to feast as he's got his first goal already. Bit of some tomfoolery on the goal line there. Maybe not what you expect for your first goal.
A little bit of back deflection from Ronnie there. Or I think it was Pyro's. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, yeah, that's definitely not the kind of deflection you want to see come from your defense. But they're just going to have to move on from that. There's still plenty of Rocket League to get through. A little bit of a blunder goal, so it shouldn't have shaken them up too much as we head back towards the other side of things. Just playing all around pretty standard so far. Pyro's on a nice little fly there to return it back to the Stockton half of things. Ronnie going a little overboard on the fly right there. Trying to make it back now. Smitty staying on the aggression here. Deck? DEC?
Yeah,
Deck. As Deck tries to put down a little bit more aggression, Pyros is going to answer back over in the corner side of things. Deck there is able to respond, sending it back the other way. Pyros wants to put it down towards the mid. Troy is able to assist in that. Pyros off of the crossbar. Not able to capitalize off of the fly. So right now it's just a fight towards the middle post, and he's too far back into the goal. Pyros is able to score it out with a little bit of help from Troy. Very good shot right there.
Yeah, that striking prowess has always been there for Pyros. We saw it a lot in the last match, but the defense of RIT, as we've known, is incredible. It's so good that we're still talking about it. But as you know, with maybe a little extra space, Pyros can do some damage. Nearly does it there on the bump to Smitty. Smitty nearly the double save, but it goes right back to Ronnie as Nichols College enjoy a lead.
Great little follow-up there. Very rapid goal as well. Good way to capitalize off of some very early aggression. But it looks like we're going to keep up this aggression as Pyros soars another goal towards the top right half. And my goodness, a little bit of a snipe shot right there. Top bins is always a nice place to put the ball. And they're just going to keep on trekking as we still have plenty of Rocket League to get through.
Do indeed. I feel like something important to mention as well is this might be one of the first matches on the broadcast where teams playing for their lives here. Or at least today it is for Rocket League. This is an elimination match in the lower bracket. maybe two teams of Nichols College and Stockton that you didn't necessarily expect to be in this position this early on, but with teams fighting for their lives here, Louis, you got to imagine that there's a little extra fervor in their gameplay.
The pressure is definitely there. It's high in expectation. One team is going to have to be sent home after this match, and neither one want to do so. We're sending the ball right over the side of the Stockton goal. It's going to soar on in thanks to Ronnie, who gets a corner shot, I believe that was. Quick deflect from Pyros off of the corner. Very nice centering. And Deck not able to get back in time. 4-1 lead now. Up by 3 goals, setting it back towards the Nichols side of things. Right answer back. Great demo. Double demo now. I believe that those were actually Nichols players that were being demoed, actually. That was a good stoppage. That's one way to stop an offense.
Remove them from the field.
Definitely gonna, can't do that in normal soccer, but gonna take that in full advantage to be able to do it in Rocket League. Deck soaring towards the middle of the goal. It's responded by 2 players of Nichols. Sending it back to Stockton. Over towards the other way, staying in the blue side of things for now. Pyro's able to send it over to the corner. Hopefully a follow-up from his teammate. Troy did not get the greatest touch right there. Ronnie is able to center it back towards the middle. AEP sending it in with the assistance from Deck. And it's a great answer back to the previous goals established. Huge power boost. Pyro's almost able to get under it, but just not in time.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Anthony A. Pizza and Deck are 2 players I'm very used to watching for the Stockton roster. So keep that duo in mind when you're looking to Stockton to capitalize on pressure or big moments. Both of them with the facilities to outplay plenty of Rocket League players. Counterattack brewing, though, for Nichols College. You got to imagine 1 goal would earn them their first win of the day that we'd see from them. We've seen a couple hard-fought overtimes from them, but not yet a win. They're nearly 30 seconds away from getting that first one through.
It's definitely possible, but the playmaking potential from Stockton is definitely alive as Anthony is still trying to keep this aggression up. Smitty almost getting the touch right back. Anthony still playing aggressive towards the midfield, sending it right back to the other side is Stockton. It's going to soar over the goal. Pyros is there to move it out of position. 10 seconds to go, and I think this should finally do it for Nichols, and that might have just sealed the deal right there as Ronnie scoring another long shot goal. Very nice touch in midair to capitalize off of it. 7 seconds, up by 3. This should do it for Nichols.
Should indeed. Troy's got the full send downfield to kill that ball. And Nichols College get your first win on the broadcast here. It took to the lower bracket, but they did what they had to do. Got to imagine that this match still has yet to stabilize, though, because think back to that first goal, the pinball machine we witnessed, the ding, 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 ding between 4 different players for that first goal to go in. When that's the first goal in a Rocket League game, it kind of sends everything into a tizzy. You got to imagine players are taking the advice of the RIT player we heard from in the interview. He said if someone makes a mistake, you just got to laugh it off. Right, you gotta shake it off. You gotta move right on. I think that's what Stockton are gonna be trying to do here once we get into game 2.
Definitely something to behold now, as we have previously seen Nichols finally getting that round win that they were also looking for back up against their matchup with RIT. So that should give them the morale boost that was needed after the previous loss. We did see a pretty good showing from Stockton despite the goal count that was being displayed. So hopefully they just tighten it up just a little better as we head into round 2 right now to see who's going to continue on our scoring path.
Game number 2, I'm looking forward to maybe some back and forth. We've seen our fair share of sweeps already. So, Stockton, it's on you to respond and get on the board. Again, this Anthony A. Pizza deck duo I'm looking more for, but we've seen Nichols College strike from the top end of the side wall. They'll do it again from Troy.
And the fact that Troy was able to just sneak past 2 of the Stockton defenders was great playmaking and great read from him to just able to slip on by and score that very nice long shot goal. Stockton answering back with some early aggression on. Stacking up, though, is Nichols onto this ball. Big demo coming in, taking out one player from the side of Nichols. Stockton sending it back the other way. They are trying to regroup right now, but the boost economy is not there, so good read from Stockton to just drop back. Don't want to press the advantage because dropping back to defense would be that much harder. They're just going to collect a couple of boosts as Smitty is set up for a potential center. It soars up in the air, a little bit of assistance from back, I believe that was. Anthony is still trying to keep it alive over in the corner so far. It's in the orange field, but it gets past the defenders. Pyros is able to make it back in time, but it's a quick demo right on after. It's a great usage of defense from Nichols. Troy still driving back and forth currently right now. Entering back. Anthony looking for the center once again, but it's immediately deflected. Headed back towards the middle now. Pyros getting his version of the deflect now. It comes back towards the corner. That's a nice little shot from Troy right there. Not exactly the most on target, but it was nice to follow up with. Smitty almost getting a tap on the ball, but Deck is now in a current stalemate with Ronnie. Fighting the good fight is Pyros, who's currently in the Stockton goal right now. Ronnie is able to get the touch that they needed, and Deck, still keeping some aggression up right now as Pyro sends it back towards the midfield. We're headed towards the right side. Deck off of the touch from the wall, sends it towards the corner. That's a really nice pass! And Anthony getting the score off of the wall bounce from Deck. Very nice teamwork from Stockton, and they've tied it up.
I was telling you, that's the duo to keep your eye out for. Anthony Pizza and Deck maneuvering down the field flawlessly together. Deck had a great read as well off the sidewall and just produced that pass. Nice play shot as well. Double ringer from one post to the other.
Whee!
That one's gotta hurt. Ding, ding, ding. He's not a winner. It's unfortunate that Kling, that new addition to the game, is sometimes a sound you don't want to hear. Thought he'd get the friendly roll, honestly. But Deck nearly having that solo outplay against Nichols. This one could do it. Troy trying to play the incoming shot that never arrives. Deck now up off the side. Here comes a flip reset. Brings it down instead, but forces 2 defenders. This could be the time to strike still for Stockton as Smitty is up. Leaves it for a teammate. And Anthony A. Pizza closes the deal.
Yeah, that was a very risky touch from Troy as it was sent soaring through the air. So it was really just anyone's ball at that point. But finally, Anthony was able to converge onto it, and it'll give Stockton a lead now as we have a little bit under a minute left in our match. Ronnie with a very big fly. Smitty almost gets the respawn, but Dex sending it right back towards the corner. Pyros is going to fight it out with Anthony. Just like that, Smitty looking to get it touched. Very nice off the front end of his vehicle. Able to get another score for Stockton. Very early score as well. And now Stockton have put on a very surefire lead here. 3-1 in their favor.
I think something important to mention there from Smitty is take a look again at those last 2 goals, right? Went up for the aerial, but left it for a teammate. But on the last goal, he was able to strike it directly into the net. I want to call out the decision-making from Smitty. You have to make snap judgments. Is it better for me to take the shot here or not? In both cases, he made the right choice. It's really important to have on your team the judgment, the snap judgments that were made there by Smitty to collect those 2 goals from Stockton.
It's definitely good IGLing, most definitely. Lots of playmaking from both of our squads now as Pyros was just going to take it in himself after a very big fly. That was all the way from midfield right there. Great flip reset, nice tap off the front wheels. Able to score it in solo. Pyros said, nobody's going to assist me, so I'll just do it myself.
Hey, when you can flip reset like that, you might as well, right? He really puts up a wall with his Dominus there. Flat-bodied car that can collect some mid-50s. You angle it correctly, but just couldn't find a way to dunk it through. For Nichols College, though, they got to find some way to do it. If they want to stack the success, if they want to find this game to win, need another goal. Pass off the corner there from Pyros. Troy in position. Shot denied there by Deck. Still 20 seconds to get something ramped up. Troy in position to get a pass down to Pyros. Pyros, the hard strike, intercepted well. Smitty's around the ball, but no boost, so not a lot of options here. Deck able to pick up that corner. That could be instrumental to stop this ball. Cleared out to the corner once again by Smitty. Troy rallies around the corner. Pyros puts it up, but doing a great job of containing these shots is Stockton. They've done well enough for the game to win.
Very good way to kill the ball. Try not to give Nichols any sort of retake there. Very nice job from Stockton. Take a look at the shots. 6 shots on goal coming from Anthony 8 Pizza. Absolutely wonderful stuff. You also see Deck following up with 4 shots of himself. And Smitty, definitely got in there as well, giving him a 1 shot, but has the saves to back it up. Even a goal for himself on the play as well. You also see on the side of Nichols, despite the win for Stockton, just take a look at the saves counter right now. 6 saves out of the 11 shots. That's a pretty good ratio if you ask me. And it was roughly a pretty close match. The match was only won by 1 goal. So definitely Stockton has shown some fight now. 1-1 scoreline as we enter round 3. Rather soon, I believe. I think we're just getting a couple issues out of the way, and we'll be good to go here. Yes, here we go. Round 3 underway as soon as possible. Tied up series scoreline. Let's see who's going to keep it up here, as we are now prepared to enter into our match right now. Should be a good one.
I think it has every side of being a good one at this point, right? We've got our first series that will not be a sweep today. So that's already a win. We got a longer series on our hands. Best of 7s are meant to be that way, for sure. Testing the endurance of these players, seeing how they can adapt to different challenges. I've already seen Stockton do that. The way their defense, but most notably, getting this duo working seamlessly. This time it's Pizza straight out the Deck for the strike.
Wow, what a
goal.
great pass and a great follow-up from Deck. Oh my goodness. Able to sink it in very quickly. Stockton take the early advantage now. They're looking for more as they send it right back towards the middle. The crossbar denying the goal. Troy able to regroup. Pyro sending it back towards the middle and clearing the ball. However, right back towards, and it hits the post once again. Slightly off-target shots. Troy is able to bounce it off from the corner. Pyros trying to keep it away from the goal line, but Anthony still wants this early aggression. Deck following up, soaring through the air is Troy to get the wall bounce. Anthony still trying to follow it up. Smitty also joining the fray as well. as he drops back towards Deck. Sending it towards the middle. Can't get there in time is Troy. And Stockton are going to take another goal to their name off a very nice shot from Deck. Score it right into that midsection of the goal. Great job from Stockton so far.
It's a really difficult situation there from Pyros on that last play, if you remember it from the replay. Went for the boost over the ball. Sometimes you think maybe you'll have reinforcements on the goal line. Other times you feel like you have more time on the ball. But Stockton have showed everything different so far this match. They're not going to give Nichols College the time on the ball. They are going to quickly challenge where they can. Smitty showing every indication of that on the air dribble downfield, forcing that save out of Pyros. Anthony Pizza, lovely wave dash to collect some control on that ball, but difficult to do so. They get demoed off the field. Smitty rounding the bend. It's the long clear, the midfield prowess. Those snappy aerials done so by Stockton take away the easy counters from Nichols College. Deck running out of boost, decides to play the ball on the ground, gets it in front of the goal line. Where's the follow-up shot? Anthony Pizza, he's late to the party, and not fashionably so. Deck, the shot is saved as well. Nichols College hold the line.
Just absolute formidable defense coming in from Nichols right there, keeping it out of the goal. We saw a save, we saw an epic save, and we saw the crossbar join in the fray for a bit right now. Stockton almost getting another goal to their name, but Nichols are trying to put some kind of stoppage right now as Pyros gets a deflect off of Deck, but Anthony sending it back the other way. Troy should be able to make it in time. Not the best bounce that they want, and it's soaring right towards the goal again! And it's a great block from Ronnie. Still able to keep the dream alive. Pyros fighting it out over towards the Stockton half. Touched by Troy, should send it over, but it's immediately countered back. Trying to figure out how we're going to continue on is Pyros as they send it towards the middle. Almost a good save. But Troy able to deflect it off from a very nice play. Almost deflecting it entirely is Smitty. But they're able to slip the goal, and that'll put Nichols on the board.
I mean, Nichols need to be careful that they don't let this game get away from them, right? Or this match, you could say. They were not able to swing the momentum in their favor as soon as RIT got going, and now it feels like Stockton are doing the same. Just saw them answer back. They nearly had that second goal with the pass over to Pyros. Here's the next pass to Pyros. The second chance is all he needed.
Very early follow-up. Very fast follow-up. My goodness. There was really no time for the defenders of Stockton to really react onto that shot right there. So it was a great job by them. Coming it back now. Pyros is looking for even more right now, but Anthony finally answering back with some defense. Smitty with a very nice deflect back towards the corner. Troy does want to keep it alive, but it's sent back towards the blue side of things. Nicholas are going to need to fall back and regroup. She's done a great job, but the demo might prove errors. Not able to drop back in time, and the brute force from Smitty able to fully capitalize the demo and the shot on goal, giving Stockton 1 goal advantage. Minute warning, though. It's still anyone's game, despite the lead right now, and it's sent back towards the Nichols goal. Almost capitalized. Smitty's not able to get there in time. He is going to go for the fly, not the touch that they wanted to get right there. Deck trying to keep it on the Nichols side to keep up this aggression. Anthony soaring it back. Troy gets a deflect, saving the ball. It's a little bit of a stumble over here in the blue corner. Ronnie sending it off. Good deflect from Deck, though. Pyros looking to put a softer touch on it. Smitty a lot more aggressive this side. We saw him more drop back as a defender and a couple times as a goalie, but now they're definitely predominant in these attacks for Stockton, centering it over the top of the goal. Ooh. It's in the middle, but it's a deflect from Anthony. Still able to keep it in the air. Not a lot of time left. It's soaring towards the bottom. Ronnie might have just made a dead ball. And Stockton are going to be able to take round number 3 and push an advantage in match score to 2-1.
Mm-hmm. Listen, you mentioned something that Stockton were using brute force to score their goals, and really you couldn't describe it any better. The demolitions we've seen from this team, both on attack but also on defense to neutralize the striker before they can get to the ball from Nichols' perspective, has been very timely, very mindful. We've talked about the in-game decision-making from players like Smitty, but I think it all came together there for Stockton, not only on the first passing play we saw from Deck and Anthony Pizza like we've been seeing all match long, but even the off-the-ball work as well. Everything's coming together very nicely for Stockton. These are still some very close games, but they very clearly have that upper hand that they could really swing into some momentum throughout this series.
I absolutely agree. And yet again, we're seeing a display of a little bit of passive aggressive from Nichols right now. They have scored pretty high goal counts in the past. However, being met with all this aggression, despite the fact, on that last round we just had, Stockton had a wonderful 13 shots on goal, but the defense from Nichols has just been incredible because out of the 13 shots, only 3 really went in. Whether it was blunders from the side of Stockton or just the all-around defensive pressure that Nichols had presented, their defense is still formidable. They just need to translate that into a counterattack that we saw earlier from RIT. It was definitely possible. They just need to get it back down again. So now 2-1 scoreline. We should see some more life from Nichols here, as now they've got a feel for Stockton's play style. They know that Anthony and Deck are a very aggressive duo. Smitty entering has definitely thrown a wrench into their strategizing. But now they're going to format and continue on as we head into our round number 4.
I'll tell you what, at this point in the bracket, things get really intense because you're in the lower bracket. Your tournament lives are on the line. You've already suffered a loss after being seeded quite well, especially in the case of Nichols. Kind of the excuses are out of the way, right? You've got that match. You've got a couple games in. The land nerve should be eased. You're ready to go. For Stockton's sake, though, right? We've talked about it. They've got the momentum. They've got the game plan. And, from your perspective there, Louis, how are the vibes on land? Are both teams looking like they're ready to get into it?
Things are looking good right now. Currently, we're just talking it out as much as we can. I do think it's either a tech pause or a player pause. Just trying to discuss some things right now. Currently, I think we're just trying to get over a couple of hurdles technicality-wise, but players are definitely taking advantage, talking it out right now. Energy here in the crowd is also pretty lively. We do see pretty good showing despite our last day here. A lot of teams, they have been sent home already, but we still have plenty of support from the hometown locals, and we still have plenty of support from our previous teams fighting it out on our group stage from before.
That's awesome. I was just listening to those interviews on the B-roll that some of the competitors were excited to watch some other titles, like some Overwatch competitors were excited to watch some Valorant. Hopefully there's some players that are enjoying some car soccer as well out here. It's great to see your competitors and your teammates kind of just from your college compete in this way, and some of the best to do it here in the collegiate scene. So big shout out to your teammates who are supporting you, your family who's here or watching online supporting you. That's the kind of thing that keeps these matches going. And in turn as well, shout out to our sponsors. You know, we've heard a lot about the Chipotle meals that
Yes.
are being favored from some of the players, but as well as the city of Troy, the county of Rensselaer, ASUS, ROG, and Turtle Beach. Huge shout out to everyone that's keeping this event rolling.
Huge plug, especially that Chipotle. Well, honestly, that might make me become a player again.
I'm right there with you.
Former Siege player, but you know, I'm definitely happy to be on the broadcast team now. I'm having a great time. Get to show up to cool events like this one being hosted out in Troy. Even after this event, you know, we still have some action-packed stuff. Very soon, we're going to have more action on LAN over at OSNYC, I believe is our next event after this spring showdown. So definitely a lot in the pockets of ECAC. Lots of action to withhold. But finally, we're ready to go now on our match. Round number 4, currently Stockton's lead. And Nichols need to find something here.
Okay, let's get right into it. Again, as we're entering this match in game number 4, remember Stockton up 2-1 in this lower bracket matchup. This is a best of 7, so it's first to 4 wins still in the lower bracket. And Stockton have 2 game wins in a row under their belt. Deck and Anthony Pizza have been striking like crazy. Smitty has been that ultimate decision maker and decides to make that save. That's a great decision. In particular, Deck on the follow-up for the demos. We've mentioned so much of the physical play from Stockton that has done them so well in this game to neutralize Nichols. Let's see how it continues to formulate here in game 4.
You know, as you had mentioned, a couple of these demos have definitely been a little on the sillier side, but a lot of them intended. You know, you go back to the pub viewing of Rocket League. You even go back to the ranked viewing of Rocket League. And usually a demo just happens every here and there, but you're seeing our 2 teams battle it out right now, and they're all calculated. That's part of the offense and the defensive lines. Just eliminating a player just to break in through the line, and as I say that, Pyros is going to do just that, break through the line of Stockton to finally kick off a goal. We actually have a later first goal right now, as almost 2 minutes have elapsed from the game clock. But as I was saying, this physical aggression that it has been mentioned a couple times here, it's just been so important to the playmaking of both these teams, and it's all strategical, it's all perfectly calculated. And I just can't wait to see more of it.
Always exciting to see sparks fly on the stage. And boost be expended as well. Right now it's Deck with that boost. Neutral hop back down to the ground. Flips it high over the next defender. Deck does a great job of taking on multiple defenders really at once. Setting up that next touch always. It's an important asset of these Rocket League 3v3 players. Not to just get 1 touch, but to get 2, maybe even 3. Smitty's the next one on this ball. First touch up high. Anthony A. Pizza not up to the challenge in time. Tough bounce for Pyros. Put the pass over to Ronnie. Too far extended. Everybody's upfield for Nichols. And it leaves the net empty for Anthony A. Pizza.
Huge conversion for Stockton right there. Just blew past the rest of the Nichols defenders, as you had mentioned. And Anthony, great read right there to continue that score line. We've now tied it up 1-1. Plenty of time to get through right now. Nichols could have just brushed off that goal, you know, a little bit of a defensive blunder. Definitely going to need to head back to the repair shop after that demo. Deck trying to answer back right now, but it's Troy who's keeping some Nichols aggression right now. And Pyros almost gets a pinch play right now. Troy sending it over. It's not exactly on target. Hits the crossbar. The follow-up from Ronnie isn't able to convert just yet. Still a little bit of a back and forth. Ronnie keeping it alive. Doesn't get the deflect that they wanted off of Anthony. But Pyros answering back, coming off the top backboard right now. He's going to dunk it in himself. It's a great fly from Pyros. Great ball control right there. Good read. Slamming it on in. And giving Nichols an advantage that they oh so desperately need.
And the advantage brought out by Pyros and maybe Troy as well. Nearly on that air dribble, but again, as you look at the scoreboard here, 2-1 for Nichols, and both of those goals scored by Nichols. Scored by Pyros. He's got 5 of the team's 7 shots. May have 6 of 8 now with that clear that's on target. The primary player giving Stockton all of this trouble. And if you're Stockton, that's really the player to look out for. The double taps, the shots, it's all been so effective from Pyros. Oh, and that save barely made by Troy to keep our game at 2-1.
The game alive. Definitely Ronnie also able to send it back towards the midfield. That might not even be contested. My goodness, Ronnie sends it all the way from the Nichols goal all the way to the Stockton goal. Just Anthony's not able to get there in time, and that's going to be another goal for Nichols. 3-1 scoreline. Little over 60 seconds left as it heads back towards the midfield. Troy ready to follow up after a potential touch, but now Anthony currently on the ball, following it up by Deck, sending it towards the Nichols field, heading it right back to Stockton, and yet again the defense is, they're able to get back in time, but Pyros still keeping aggression. The drop down is deflected by Deck, so great defensive plays from them. Troy sending it back over towards the corner. Deck still responding. Pyros is looking to take advantage. Deck drops back and kind of hand delivers Pyros the ball right there. Ronnie following it up now. It's deflected by Deck, so good job to fall on back over to the Nichols side of things. Now we're going to fight over towards this midfield control. Smitty able to keep it alive. Deck sends it towards the middle, but it's immediately cleared. And Ronnie's going to try and follow up with it. Final 10 seconds dwindling down right now. It's a little bit of a collision in midair, and this should give Nichols the win that they were looking for. Drops down, almost soaring towards the goal, now soaring towards the midfield. They're just looking for a dead ball right now despite the dead time, and there it goes. Slamming down into the midfield. Nichols will be your winners for round 4 now, and evening up our game count. This has potential to go all the way, Pyro.
Whew. Listen, Champions Field, Game 7. That's what I live for, for Rocket League matches. I mean, we'll see. I think if Nichols ultimately takes this match, I'm really excited to hear from anyone from Nichols, but I mean, especially just from Pyro's perspective, like what did happen in that break? Was there maybe some calibration thing that was fixed? I mean, even now in this match, he's the last to ready up. So you wonder if he's talking it over with his team, or he's making sure that controller or whatever his peripheral setup is making it work. But the only reason I mention it is because he really came alive in this game. We mentioned it earlier. At one point, he had 6 of the team's 8 shots. There, he had 2 of the team's 3 goals. Ronnie, I mean, has to be mentioned as well. Came out as the MVP here with that goal, assist, and couple of saves. But if Nichols comes out with that, I'll be interested to hear what the storyline is there. But we are a far away from assuming the winner of this match. Tied up 2-2, going into Game 5, and Stockton still looking to steal those wins.
Round 5. Kickoff has been made. We are soaring towards the Nichols side to start things off. But right now, Deck mid-air demo, and Smitty almost getting the goal right now off the crossbar. Still trying to fight for it right now is Deck, almost beating Troy off of the punch. And now Pyros trying to converge onto the blunder. It's going to soar towards the Stockton corner. Heads back to the middle of the field, but it's a little too much beans being laid down onto the ball right now. We are sitting back towards Nichols' side of things. Deck still trying to keep up the aggression. Ronnie centering back towards the corner. Anthony is able to receive it and fire right back with a really nice fly. Oh my gosh, only even gets a nice bounce off of his fly. Unfortunately, it does get sent back immediately. Troy is going to get on top of this ball right now. It's going to be dropped towards the middle, but plenty of Stockton defenders are right there. Anthony looking to converge on it. Pyros is able to get a very nice save. Gets the deflection off. Coming off of Anthony, still trying to keep that aggression off of the initial tap. Troy sending it back the other way now, and Deck is soaring through the air with this ball right now. Falls down rather slowly. Smitty able to finally put a little bit of power onto that ball as it's sent back towards the Stockton side of things. It's going to have quite the drop, and Pyros is going to have quite the accident as they are demoed once again. But Troy is going to keep it going, trying to hold it out right here, and Ronnie does slip past them. But right now, back towards the Nichols side of things, still able to keep it up as Ronnie. Troy ready for this goalie position, and Smitty does deflect it towards the Stockton goal. Nice little fake play right here. He's got another defender to beat out, and he will. Great pass work, too. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but it was still great nonetheless. It is saved, though, by Pyros and brought in. Good deflect from Smitty to save it. Plenty of stuff being laid down here. And both these teams are currently just ping-ponging it out.
I mean, yeah, halfway of the game complete. Blink and you'll miss it, right? But there has been so much action just within that first half. It does feel like Stockton are ramping up to that first goal. I will say, if you had to teeter the seesaw one way or the other, especially with Anthony A. Pizza having a flip off the ceiling, gets past one, but just couldn't get it past the other deck. Not in time on the save. Ronnie strikes from downtown.
It was a very nice goal from Ronnie. Finally breaking through the noise. We have our goal at the 2:10 mark. Much later goal than we've been seeing today. A lot of goals have been made just before the 4-minute mark. So they've been doing a wonderful job. See how they keep up this aggression right now. As we're over towards the Nichols side of things, we're going to go off the wall as Ronnie, not the best touch that they were looking for. Anthony's going to try to respond, but Pyros, very nice deflection. He might look for another one. Not a lot of boost, but it is a good, very nice clear. Smitty definitely wanted that ball to go forward, but luckily Deck is there to respond. So is Pyros. To try and push the back further towards the midfield. Ronnie might go up on the wall with it, but no, he's actually going to give it over to the side of Pyros to let him get aggressive. Centers back towards the midfield, off the wall. Ronnie might be able to hand deliver it to Pyros, and he does! After a quick deflect from Stockton, he's still able to regroup and flush in the ball. Nearly escaping. I believe that might have been an own goal from Stockton right there, but still, that Nichols aggression was able to give it to them. And now, what seemed to be an eternity, we now have a 2-0 scoreline.
We do indeed. And I have to credit Ronnie on their performance so far this game. Their vision on the field has been 20/20 or even better. It's some kind of upgraded vision. And this one, well, maybe they didn't see this coming. Stockton will start to close the gap as they've cut the lead in half. But again, it's been all about where you can pounce on your opponents. Ronnie got that downfield shot, and then on the last goal, delivered the perfect pass to Pyros. When he could have scored, when he could have put off the backboard, he dropped it down instead. Stockton, they're keeping Game 5 within contention, though, under a minute to drag this to OT.
OT looking more and more possible, though. Pyros doesn't want to get there just yet. So is Ronnie. Try and send it back towards the middle of our field. Troy is now going up with it with a very nice fly. My goodness, just couldn't get back in time. Is Deck? Well, Deck was off in the fight. It was Smitty who couldn't just make it back in time. Very unfortunate air collision for Stockton, but the fact that Nichols was able to capitalize was a job well done. Early demolition coming out now. 30 seconds to go. 3-1 lead. This might just go to the way of Nichols, especially since we're now in Stockton territory. Deck definitely doesn't want to be in this position right now, so we're sending it back towards the midfield. Smitty does not get the proper touch needed, and oh my goodness, the net is open once again, and I believe Nichols has just sealed the door on this round 5. 4-1 now.
Yeah, they very well have. Nichols College just came out swinging in the second half, primarily, as I mentioned earlier, from Ronnie. He's able to get 2 goals in this game. Also delivered that excellent pass earlier. Troy's been a great closer as well. Had that read off the ceiling for the double touch goal. But Pyros, instrumental in these victories. We've seen some insane flip resets from his Dominus, as well as just being in the right position to score for this team. So Nichols, they grab win number 3 in game number 5, and they're on match point to knock Stockton out of our spring showdown.
It's definitely looking tough right now for Stockton. You just took a pretty hard loss right there. A lot more goals scored on you than you definitely want to be had right there. Not as much shots, but a lot more score potential being shot. You know, despite only having 8 goals, a 50% goal ratio is pretty great. You know, even the offenses from Nichols, they were still pretty well established, though. It was just a couple of Stockton blunders, honestly. It's kind of what did it in for them. You do see Smitty right now with 3 saves. We are missing the stat lines from 2 players. I believe they're trying to fix something over there on the main stage. But even so, you even see Pyros right now. 4 saves to his name. So, definitely interesting. Stockton definitely need to tie it up right now. Nichols on a series point could finish it off right here. And Stockton looking to keep it alive.
Game 6 is underway. Stockton, your tournament lives on the line here for our ECAC Spring Showdown. They got unfortunately knocked down to that lower bracket, I believe, by the hands of King, who are actually currently in progress their match against Wichita to see who moves on to that upper finals against RIT. But that being said, Stockton down here in this situation. Would have never expected to be against the likes of Nichols College at this point in time. But hey, to be the best, you gotta beat the best sometimes. And that's the way that the cookie has crumbled in this bracket. Long best of 7s to decide who that better team is. And as you see, this fight progress in the midfield. Aerials just barely defeating Nichols on the side of Stockton. You can see how close this matchup truly is.
You are seeing aggression being displayed from both our teams right now. Ronnie is absolutely looking to make this aggression work right now. It's a good pass towards Troy, but Anthony able to keep it up for Stockton right now. Troy sending it back towards the Stockton goal. Good deflect from Anthony right now. You are seeing some great foundation defense-wise being laid. As Smitty trying to go towards the center. He is able to slip past 2 defenders, but he doesn't have any boost to try and finish it off. He is reinforced by Deck, though. Still not a lot of boost to his name. Smitty gets a little bit of a confrontation towards the corner. Pyro's trying to go up with it right now. Isn't able to find much, but another mid-air demo coming in from Ronnie right now. Still fighting it out. It swords towards the Nichols goal, but it's a very nice block. Coming back down after a drop from Anthony, but no, it's deflected right back towards our corner. We're going to send it right back towards the field. Getting some touches. Ronnie isn't going to see much as Anthony sends it back towards the Nichols side of things. Deck looking to center it right now. It's going to get immediately deflected, and Pyros might go big with this, might get the pinch that they needed. It's centered, but it's a little too far away. It's sent right back towards our left side of the field. Pyros yet again looking for a center, but nobody's there to capitalize. Smitty now taking advantage, sending it in. Deck on the counterattack. Needs some reinforcements established. It's a little bit of a pinch action from both the side of Stockton players. Pyros now taking advantage of the blunder. Ronnie going up with it. 3 minutes have passed now, and these teams are still full aggression, full battling, and as I say that, Anthony finally kicking things off with a goal for Stockton's name. That's definitely the good progress that they need to keep up.
It's great work. I mean, you could tell by just, I think, yeah, 4 collective shots in 3 minutes of Rocket League between both teams is such a good demonstration of how even these teams are and how difficult the tug of war is at the midfield right now. Whoa, Smitty just broke it all loose, nearly had the goal. Ends up putting it high. That one devastating, as he made the perfect read at the half-court line, only to send it high after the end of it. Pyros air dribble, bump, clear the lane for Ronnie.
Good pass work from Pyros. Only made it in. The assistance from Ronnie was crucial there, or else we probably would have seen Stockton continue to counter off of that deflect and that save. But now seeing things start to slow down a bit as I say that. Pyro sends it towards the Stockton corner. Smitty is there to ricochet on back towards the side. Troy going across the Stockton goal right now. Ronnie does get a tap onto Smitty to knock them off course. But Deck, good read. Good communication right there. I don't know if you noticed that, but Anthony took the hit instead, and it's going to work out for them. Deck was going to continue his fly, but he didn't really have the boost necessary. So Anthony took the fly instead, and it translated into a goal. That was incredible teamwork.
Lovely indeed. Love to see that from Stockton. And Deck kind of laying his life on the line as well, you know, getting that pass and then getting demoed for it. Saying, go on without me. I believe in you. And it was good to believe in his team because they closed the deal. Stockton looking to ensure that Game 7, trying to keep everyone still on the edge of their seat. Ooh. Shot right off the post. You heard the cling, you heard the clamor. And it just didn't go in. Still hammering away. Both sides of the field try and close this game. Stockton can do it by just playing keep away right here. Ronnie wants to take it to the net though. Boost for the flip reset. Gets past one. Has the dribble. Gets the flick. Forces two. On the save from Stockton. Smitty delivers it away from the backboard. Deck gets the clear. And just one more touch needed to ensure Game 7. They're able to keep the ball alive for a moment. Pyros up towards the corner, gets under the ball well. Nichols, oh, what a desperation moment for them to try and force his ball to the other side of the field. It's impossible. Stockton, bring it to Game 7.
I told you, Pyro. I told you we were going to go all the way, and Stockton has provided off of what was a very even showing in our last match right there. Only 5 shots, little bit, you know, lackluster on the goal count, but it's the goals that were needed to progress their time in our tournament. You see from the saves, though, Nichols, 4 saves to their name. And you also see on Stockton, 6 saves. So a lot more defense-orientated this time around. The offense definitely was a little more laid back. They played a lot more of a passive game. You had that back and forth towards the middle. It was still 2 minutes when the first goal was scored. So great showing for both of our teams. We're going to get prepared for Game 7 now very shortly. And here we go. Nichols, 3 to their name. Stockton, 3 to their name. This is where it all matters and where it all comes down to the very last fight. Who will continue and who will go home? Trying to see how it matters. But here we go.
And if there's any moment to bring your eyes to the big stage, now is the time. Game 7, Nichols College, Stockton. What's crazy is the competition here for Rocket League is so even that this could be our grand finals, but instead, it's the first lower bracket matchup that we're broadcasting on the main stage. So now it brings about the question, could one of these teams that wins this Game 7 make the ultimate run to the grand finals and end up winning the entire tournament? This would be the start to that story, the ultimate lower bracket run. Someone's got to be the playmaker. It could still be Pyros from Nichols College, who has sent in so many shots, who has empowered this offense with their flip resets, the hard shots on the Dominus, the timely demos. Or is it the continuation of Anthony A. Pizza and Deck, this dynamic duo who's been doing it from the beginning? It's too close to call at this point with the bump attempts there from Ronnie, the shot from Troy. Now the follow-up from Pyros. The Stockton defense remains firm.
They're doing a great job so far. Keeping the ball, going back and forth now. Still trying to put some pressure. It is sent back towards the Stockton goal, and I don't think anybody can get there in time. Pyros able to take full advantage from the clear, and the Stockton side was just a little too aggressive that nobody was able to drop back in time. So Nichols starting it off right. Goal to their name. See how they can continue back on as Stockton head back towards the Nichols side of things. It's immediately deflected off now. It's going to head towards the center, and oh my goodness, what a blunder. Deck kind of just handed in that goal.
The truth is, there's nothing you can do about this. For Deck, you gotta hope that this gets to the crossbar so you can pinch it off. Otherwise, someone is coming in from Nichols College to score that ball. That is the only hope they have. That is just an unfortunate touch that started out a near inescapable situation for Stockton. But now, they still have the chance to put the game in their hands. They got burned on an over-aggression earlier. They had a tough touch there that puts them in the position to be down 2, but with 3 minutes remaining, the game's still on the line. And fortunately for them, that goal not being scored, this game still up for grabs.
Plenty of time to work with right now, as Nichols have solidified pretty good lead. Stockton just needs to show up some aggression as it heads towards the corner and towards the middle. It's a nice touch. Ronnie able to get a deflect to try and keep it on the offensive half of things. But now, Deck flying towards the center. Doesn't have any boost in hand. Anthony almost getting the goal right there. But Nichols able to keep the defense alive. Ronnie does overshoot the ball by a little bit right there. Troy able to fight for that corner boost. That was also important to try and keep this counterattack now. But Deck gets a deflect as it sends towards the post. It now, very close call. Demo comes out, but it is soaring back towards the other side of the field. Troy not able to converge the way they want to right now, and it's soared back into the air as Deck sends it over towards the Nichols corner, and a huge shot from the air from Anthony. Absolutely wonderful convergence right there. Troy couldn't get to it in time, and oh my goodness, great aggression from Stockton to try and even it out.
Yeah, what a beauty of a play. I mean, you may think the Rocket League stage is massive, but then you see teams like Stockton maneuver the ball from one side to the other in the blink of an eye. A hard pass from Deck, tuning into the redirect from Anthony A. Pizza, bar down, right under the crossbar rather. as excellent work from this team. You'd think a goal like that could be worth 2 points, but unfortunately for them, they're still down 1 with 90 seconds to go. Stockton have to come alive now.
Style points should definitely be worth something. I'm not gonna lie.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But now, 70 seconds is what separates Nicholas from a victory, and it separates Stockton from going home. 60 seconds left. Final minute in our series right now. It's all come down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen, as Deck goes soaring through the air, trying to get the touches that are required. But it's a little off-centered, and Anthony able to tie it up. 2-2 scoreline, 47 seconds on the clock. And it was a bit of confusion from the Nichols defenders. Now, it's all come down to this.
Okay. Nichols College, what can you do to bounce back from that? It was an awkward sequence with the miss on Deck's flip reset, and then Pyros essentially running directly into Ronnie, bumping him out of the play. But Pyros says, I don't need to bump into anyone. I don't need any demos. I just need this solo play brought about from Troy. He splits the defenders for the lead.
It's definitely a sticky situation here as Nichols sending another, winning that kickoff in pretty dominant fashion as Deck is trying to remove it from the Stockton half. It is going to be sent back towards the middle. It heads towards the Nichols goal, but it's not converged on. Troy is able to back it up after Pyro's initial defense. Demo does come in. 10 seconds left. Stockton still down a goal. They need to make something happen here as Smitty tries to go for a very important fly. They have to beat Troy. It's going back towards the corner, and it'll be Nichols who take it out, and they'll stay alive as they knock out Stockton on this lower bracket. They will return back to the fray in our standard bracket. What a series we have just witnessed. An absolute powerhouse from both of these teams. And honestly, I didn't even think I was watching the lower bracket. That was grand finals energy right there.
That's what I'm saying. We got the game 7. I'm thinking, how is this our first lower bracket match that we're watching? I couldn't agree more. Congratulations to Nichols pulling that off, and especially to Pyros. What a redemption play after the flub on the goal line to solo play it in and then get that last save on the flip reset from Smitty. A job well done from both teams, but excited to see what else Nichols College has in this tournament.
Very excited indeed, and that'll do it for that matchup just now. We're now going to send it over to, I believe, an interview and then a quick little break, and we'll be back with some more Rocket League action. Stay tuned, everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the ECAC 2025 Spring Showdown right here in Troy, New York at the Experimental Media and Center of Performing Arts here at RPI. I am here with Nichols College. Pyros, that was an amazing set. You went 2 sets back-to-back. First you lost, but then you came back against Stockton, one of the best colleges in the country for Rocket League. How are you feeling right now?
Very good, especially after that RIT loss. Very good team. We were not ready. Didn't settle in. Got enough warm-up and scraped by with a very close Game 7.
Very well done. After the loss set, voices gone, screaming, you were getting the team hype. What were you telling your team? I heard you talking over here. What were you telling your team to get them calibrated for the set you just won?
I mean, we kind of went over to the dark corner over there and started talking about just making sure we play our game. You know, we're focused on a lot of other things, traveling, sleep. It's very hard competing at a LAN. So it's just when game time comes, we sit down, everything's set up. We just play our game, do exactly what we want to do.
All right, well, you're advancing here in the Rocket League bracket. Tell everyone what is a school now you're looking to verse as you go ahead here in the latest and the furthest round of the tournament.
That's a great question. Because we had Stockton, honestly, like that was our team in our mind. I mean, we'll go for you guys. We'll go for King. We'll shoot for King.
All right, excellent. Well, there you have it. Coming up next, we have some more Rocket League. But first, let's make some noise. Let's go, baby. We are here in Troy, New York. Esports in the town, and we have some of the best Rocket League colleges performing from all over the country. So when we come back, we'll have more Rocket League upper part of the bracket when we return. Don't go anywhere.
The world of esports has become what? The world of esports has become wildly popular.
What school do you represent?
I represent SUNY Polytechnic Institute.
I represent the University at Albany.
George Washington University.
How far did you guys travel today?
We traveled around, I'd say like 10 hours on the train up from DC.
We traveled from Utica. It's about an hour and a half drive.
About 15, 20 minutes. It wasn't too bad.
Besides the game you're competing in, what are you most excited to watch?
Out of two, I'd say Valorant. I started playing CSGO when I was a lot younger, so I'm really
The world of esports has become wildly popular.
Esports Spring Showdown is set to electrify RPI this weekend.
Let's connect a little bit. Is it removed? RPI get another round. right, ladies and gentlemen, and we're back with some more Rocket League action. We've got RIT going up against King. Starting off in our match number 1. We're getting underway quickly now.
Right away here. I think I heard there was a media break on the LAN there on the stage, taking some photos, and I think the players decided, all right, enough of the paparazzi. I know how popular we are. Time to get going. And this is a really exciting match to get into because this is for the spot in the grand finals. At this point, you ensure a top 2 in the tournament. When you just look at the prize pool, $1,500 for second place, $2,500 for first, as a highly coveted position either way you go. RIT and King have both worked very hard to get into this position, and now we're just one match away from top 2. Should be an exciting match.
Pyro, correct me if I'm wrong. Am I seeing a Cybertruck on the field from the side of King?
You are? You are?
That's, you know, I can't really blame them as because it seems to be working as Kevin is going to kick off our first goal right now. You know, I can't blame the Cybertruck because I haven't played Rocket League in a while, but I used the Battle Bus when it came out.
Ooh.
That was
wow, one of the shortest cars compared to the Cybertruck, which maybe is the longest.
It's pretty good for defense, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, the Battle Bus?
Yeah. Because you're able to get up in the air quicker. As I say that, though, what ends up being even quicker is Kevin making his way all the way to the goal. That's 2 very fast goals right now from the side of King.
What's funny about the Battle Bus is it'll just honk and beep at random times,
Beep, beep,
and
beep.
it's so goofy. But you know, you gotta switch it up every now and then, and I guess that is what Kevin is showing us today.
It's the build character kind of thing. You know
There you go.
In any case, though, 2 kings for goals. 2 goals for King. Excuse me, got a little excited there. And only 2 minutes have elapsed, but Yam finally answering back. He's able to score a goal on his own right there, off of a little bit of confusion at the goal. Able to take it in for himself with a nice little short fly. But after that one, we're going to kick off, and it's going to go to RIT so far right now. Almost sending it right in with a powerhouse. Russell looking to answer back. Sebward sending it back towards the King half of the field. We're headed towards the corner, able to deflect it away. Sean still trying to follow up with it. Kevin trying to follow up. The goal is very close right now. Russell gets a nice demo, and K-Frost able to follow up, firing it over towards the mid. Great follow-up from Kevin. Yam, though, he's able to send it right back towards the King side. Going to pop up into the air, heading towards the middle now. Russell not able to contest, but a little assistance from K-Frost. Sean trying to get back to a better defensive position, and Russell sending it back down. It's going to head back towards the middle of the field. Sean going to be the one to try and carry it. Kevin still wants this aggression. K-Frost also joining in on the fray as well. Sending it over towards the middle. Great block from Yam. And he's just been doing a wonderful job, hasn't he?
Oh, it's just Yam time all the time. That's what it's felt like, at least. We've watched so much of RIT battle through these tough competitors, including Nichols College, but a former Nichols College player of K-Frost doing the most here for King. I think one of the most exciting points about this upper finals matchup is this is coming into today the 4 and the 6 seed of RIT and King, respectively, of the 6 teams today here in the upper finals. So incredible kind of underdog story for these teams who are pretty evenly matched across the board. King especially is especially exciting because this was the team back at a Colleague Madness tournament that made for the biggest upset. They had defeated Boone Parker College in that case. So King just kind of have this upset storyline slash analysts and players will kind of underrate them, and they'll pop off. So just keep an eye out for this King roster as they're set to surprise.
And that's good insight on K-Frost as well, because I don't really expect a roster mania situation in collegiate play. So it's definitely some pretty good insight right there. You're also going to see a demo come out on the backside of the field. Still battling it out right now. 60 seconds remain for our two teams here in the first round. King with a very solid lead. It's shortened a bit by Sebward, who gets a very nice, powerful goal. K-Frost trying to get under it, but he's able to get it off. I apologize.
No. Nah, it's all good. I mean, the only apology necessary is from Sebward, that he had to do him so dirty. That was a great shot. Just all the power behind it. And RIT, a team of resilience. We haven't really seen them lose yet on broadcast, and who knows, we maybe won't now with the saves on the line. Sebward gets a demo, Yam gets a save, and they're staying alive for the final 30 seconds.
And you're seeing right now that RIT have actually gotten past two of the King's defenders, but never mind. Russell is going to come on back with a demo of their own. Yam deflecting it back towards the middle of the field. There goes K-Frost bouncing it off, heading towards the corner now. Yam firing it off towards the middle. We're still on the RIT side of things, so it's not a great situation, as there's only a few more seconds left. It might be a dead ball. And King will actually be the victors of our round number 1.
It's like, I don't know, maybe it was strategic for King to come into day 2 as the lowest seed of the 6 teams. It has just like pushed them as far as they could go. They could end up being our first grand finalist by the end of this game. But at King University coming out with a great game 1 here, 11 shots. Big Wade, a.k.a. Russell Wadebrook, 0 shots, 0 assists, 0 saves, but he's doing it all. He's doing it all. It's all about that off-the-ball work Big Wade's doing. Got a wonderful, close game there for game number 1, and actually our first loss that we witnessed against RIT. Let's see if they can bounce back for game 2.
We're going to have to see what happens here, because it was a pretty powerful showing from King to start things off, especially since RIT has just been such a dominant force. Literally 8 games in a row to their name over on our previous matches today. And just like that, you're going to see why RIT is a team to be reckoned with as we get a goal within the first 9 seconds of play.
Look at that. Look at that. You heard the ding, and then you heard it in slow-mo. Sounds kind of goofy. But, nothing goofy about what Yam does. It's just all clinical. That is a calculated shot. Top corner to get it away from the defense. Shot placement is one of those things that you don't pay too much attention to until it's really needed. And Yam's exactly the player that RIT want behind the ball, striking with that kind of accuracy.
Yeah, he's been an absolute powerhouse as of late. His ability to carry these ball dribbles with his potential to fly has just been really great. Yam has definitely also been quite the provider when it comes to RIT's aggression factor. He's honestly just had an amazing series overall. I don't know how it went over in groups, but for him and RIT to be here must have been an absolute domination over on the group stages. So we need to see that kind of play happen right now. We are seeing a little bit of a ping pong action coming back and forth. Kevin sending it towards the goal right now. Yam is gonna get a very powerful deflect. Very narrowly misses the ball. 2 players there from RIT and from King. Sean, though, able to return it back towards our middle position. Wade is going to try and follow this ball. He's looking to center it. Immediately deflected by Sebward. Kevin walking up with it right now. Doesn't find too much, but now this should be an RIT counterattack. But Wade able to pop it up in the air. Sean trying to get his front wheels on it to try and lower it And now it's just Yam to beat with a very nice demo coming in from Sean to try and aid his teammate. And over the course of these series, we've seen quite a bit of demos from all of our teams today. You know, you saw a lot of demo action coming from NIC. You saw plenty of demos in our beginning matchup of RIT and who was it? MIT and Mounties. That had quite a handful of demos as well. So these demos, though, haven't even been all that random either. They've been well calculated. It's to get the advantage in either the defense or the offense. So it's just great physical play, as you had mentioned earlier in our matches. And we're seeing it on full display here, too, as we see another demo.
It's getting feisty out there. It's getting real physical, as you mentioned. We even saw a double demo earlier from K-Frost. I mean, just wiping the goal line clean. And what that does is it forces everyone to have their head on a swivel. Got to have the vision across the field to know where to get those demos and, well, where they're coming from as well. Wade gets a demo onto Yam. Sean goes for the slow play on that 50-50. It pitches out to the corner. Sebward, setting up the solo play. May have Sean in the wing here to pass to. Sean's there for the shot. Save there.
Wait!
Follow from Yam. That's who you want to finish the job.
Huge cooperation from every member of RIT right there. You saw Sean go up with it. You saw Yam finishing it off. And you even saw the initial clear coming in from Sebward to kick things off as well. And that's the RIT that we all know and love as of recent. 2 goals to their name and a very close save from Sebward. Sean also following it up with a demo. Wade looking to try and send it on back as we head back to the RIT corner. It's centered right now, but not a lot of advantage. K-Frost getting another demo to his name. Absolute menace on the field. Sending back towards the mid position. Kevin, it's a little feisty right there, but Yam able to trade it back. 1 minute warning, as it's still quite a lead for RIT. 2-0 right now, and only 50 seconds. King have got to work overtime here if they want to force their overtime or just get some kind of aggression started here. It's not looking great so far as it rolls right in thanks to Yam. Kevin had misunderstood the travel path of the ball. Yam off of a very good corner just wasn't able to get the touch that was required. And I believe that should secure RIT's victory in this match.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, as RIT have done pretty much everything to collapse this King University defense. It felt like in that situation, Turbo, just even if he gets a touch on the ball, it's going to be Yam to dunk it right back in the net. So every angle pretty much taken care of here for RIT. Great to see them bounce back after they had a couple sweeps here on the broadcast. And now after suffering their first loss here, return with the same fire. 3-0, strong win. 3 for 4 is Yam in this game. And something to mention as we get the series tied up is I'm loving the goofy names from Big Wade and Turbo, but it is yeah, it is Big Wade as Wade as Russell Wadebrook, and it's Turbo as Kevin Turbrand. So I guess we can call them whatever we like, but yeah.
Turbo and Wade, God.
Yeah,
though. I had noticed it early on, but I was like, you know what, let me not say something just yet.
Right.
But some good showing from RIT right there. As we talked about, lots of demos being shown off. RIT were definitely in the driver's seat for the majority of that match. And what aided in that succession is that RIT, especially in their initial matches, have just been so wonderful when it comes to their flies. They're able to keep the ball in the air for as long as they need to, and then just collapse it right underneath the goal for some follow-up shots. It's been working wonders for them. As I say that, we're going to head over right above the crossbar. Very close save from Sebward right there. Sending it back over towards the mid is Turbo. Going off towards the corner right there. Wade getting a little aggressive in terms of shoving. Heading back towards the RIT corner is Turbo. It's going to go to the other corner now. Following it up with Wade. Not the greatest touch. That's definitely not the correct shot. Oh, great pinch play from Wade and K-Frost right there. Fortunately, RIT members were on standby to answer right back. But this aggression from King is actually starting to pick up a lot faster. We are seeing more blue than we are seeing orange. So it's a good answer back off of the previous game. A minute has elapsed now. Off the corner is Turbo, settling over to Wade. It's a little off target. And Sebward is just going to carry it on. Deflect from Sean is going to send us the other way as we hit the post of King. Immediately answered back. Able to keep up the defense is RIT. Great showing from them. This defensive play is definitely important. Great pinch from Turbo right there to try and put some extra power on the ball. K-Frost, definitely a difficult fly right there. Made it work as best as they could. Wade gets a big demo onto Sean, and that could alleviate the defensive pressure. Even so, we're heading back the other way, and my goodness, these teams are well versed now, and it looks like a little bit of a fly battle between Sean and K-Frost. Couldn't make anything happen just yet. Wade sending it right back towards RIT, but look, Sebward is there, and the demo comes out again. Turbo able to get the save, and my goodness, we're just well back, well versed. And it's a lot more aggression this time around.
Oh, I like that from Kevin. Redirect. Kevin Turbrand. He's still getting me with that name. But lovely chance there on the redirect. You saw Yam nearly have it as well for RIT, and the shot off the crossbar that just rung out. I mean, you talked about it. These teams so well versed just in playing against each other. The pace is so even, and it makes for these really, really close plays on the goal line. Maybe another one percolating, but it's K-Frost. Downfield the Turbo, pass off the corner. Sean collapses on it. The containment job, pretty solid here from RIT. They're able to corral this ball to the corner, and what that does is it diffuses the play that would otherwise be so deadly for King. Speaking of which, Turbo couldn't fire on target there. And that's also been part of the problem here for King, is they've had a few chances off the backboard, a couple double taps as well, and if they're on target, we force that defense to make a tough save, but many of them have been just above the crossbar, away from the post. Talked about shot accuracy earlier, how Yam has just been killing the game there. But King may just have to deliver that clinical blow to get potentially the one and only goal out of game number 3.
It's been a rough one. This has been our longest scoreless game so far. Minute 20 left on the game clock, and still it's just been an all-out battle of attrition so far. You've seen our teams get very close to each other's goals. Sean trying to make it happen now as he sends it towards the middle, but Turbo is there to respond rather quickly. Sebward also trying to get the wheels under it, but right now is Wade who drops it down. Unfortunately, his teammate's a little too far away. Turbo able to send it back to the corner, and minute warning pops up, and there's still no sign of scoring just yet. It's been a rough battle so far. Sebward trying to make things happen with a fly. He's a little too fast on the fly, however. Sean is able to follow up, seeing what they can get done, and that's a very aggressive demo right there. 30 seconds being flashed. Yam trying to fight K-Frost on the top left field right there. Big fly coming in from Sebward. He's going to need some assistance. He wants to keep the aggression up, but K-Frost sending it right back towards the corner. Sean trying to capitalize. Sebward gets it off the back wheels, and finally we have a score coming from RIT with 11 seconds remaining on our game clock.
I don't know, Big Wade might be thinking, should I have been in the Cybertruck for that kind of play? Because They got the touch off the backboard, but then hit it the wrong way afterwards. Just a really tough save to make. And there's two teammates there in the corner. It was just about said and done, but maybe Turbo can make one last play. Ends up right above the ball. Wade keeps the ball alive for the hopes and dreams of King in game 3. But sending that downfield is Yam. Turbo gets a high touch off the corner. Sean lays the ball flat on the field, and RIT secure game 3.
My goodness, what a match we saw right there. That was the closest game that we saw. It wasn't until 11 seconds remaining that our first goal was scored, and the only goal that was scored for that matter, because that was the game-defining thing. If you look at the shot counter, not even too many shots either. We've stayed under double digits than what we're used to. RIT only have 4 shots to their name as a collective. Even King, 6 shots right now, and didn't see any sort of success at the goal. Even the save game has been wonderful for both these sides. 5 saves, especially 4 for Sean just himself, and even a couple saves for King as well. So that was our most well-versed match that we've had today. But we'll see what happens as we go to match game 4.
Let's get right into it here. RIT might just start up on top. Why not? Off the kickoff. We could wait until there's 11 seconds left in the game. You know, Louis? Or we could just score in the first 5 seconds. Why not?
Change of pace. Definitely off of our first initial game. I haven't even broken down what happened last game, and a goal has been made, and a demo has been made. My goodness. These teams are set for war as Yam gets a very nice save off of the crossbar. K-Frost sending it back towards the corner. Yam following it up with it. That goal right there could be the difference maker then. Ball receives a bit more airtime than what was expected from Sebward. And I don't even think King was ready for that much airtime right there. It soars up in the air, and now it's in their half. K-Frost, though, able to clear it out. Sebward does miss, but Yam is there to follow up with the clear. Gets past Yam, though, is Wade. Setting it towards the middle. Sean able to assist. Turbo not able to connect with the ball just yet. K-Frost sending it the other way. He's got to beat Yam as the rest of RIT has to drop back to the defense. But this lingering pressure in the air is going to allow just that to happen. Sean sending it back over towards the midfield. Yam sending it towards the left side of our corner. Sebward trying to follow up, keeping this aggression, and that's a very nice center. Unfortunately, Wade is there, but Yam meeting him with the fly himself. Keeping it on King's half right now. Turbo trying to fly over himself. Sebward needs to respond accordingly, and he will. Still been back and forth on the fly game. Yam, very nice forward touch off of the crossbar. Sean's not able to capitalize. It's a little too high in the air, especially with the rest of King on display right there. Sending it towards the corner is K-Frost. Yam there to respond. Sending it back towards mid. Gets the flip reset. Not the best flip he wanted, though. Now we're back in RIT territory, and Sean very narrowly missing the ball right there. Another demo being shown off right now as RIT are now down a man. Sean returning back to the field. He falls back to a defensive position, and it's another demo, which I believe it was on the side of King this time around. Yam still able to keep aggression here. K-Frost sending it back towards the middle. A little bit of deflection action. Don't think that was on purpose. Yam, though, able to regain control. And after the first goal, half the time clock has expired, and these teams are still fighting.
Ooh, that could be the one. Yam flipped the wrong way, or tried to flip the right way. And what a save made by Sean, 2v1. That was King trying to just bump him out of the way. He evaded the bump and made the save. Those are really difficult blocks to make. So, yeah, I think this game 4, really, the story has been the defense, has been the resiliency for both sides. As we've seen those lead blocker plays, as we've seen the demos, as you mentioned, it is still survival of the fittest. For the time being, it is RIT who appear to be the most fit. Second goal. That is now 3 unanswered for RIT.
Great job from them. very iffy defense from King right there. They just couldn't get back in time after what they thought was going to be their counterattack. They just ran out of boosts. You know, the steals coming in from Sebward and Yam were able to basically deny any sort of defensive plays from King because they just didn't have the speed to get back. But as I say that, Turbo's able to equalize with the assistance of K-Frost. And now King are on the board. 2-1.
Even Sean, you know when your opponent says nice shot in the chat, that it's a beautiful shot, right? That's like the ultimate compliment. And it really was there from Turbo. Great read off the corner. We talked about how King are trying to get these double taps going, trying to get that perfect read off the backboard or the corner. They're really difficult to make. So when it does happen, it's got to feel good. But King, it's going to feel a whole lot better if you can tie this ball game up. It finally ended the scoring drought. They need one more to tie this game and not give RIT match point. It's a very important match point, not only top 2 guaranteed with a win in this series, but also that game advantage that comes with being the grand finalist from the winner's bracket. So much on the line.
It's going to need to be critical here, but K-Frost equaling it out before the minute warning is flashed. 2-on-2 now. King looking to try and make it as even as possible. Now, with a little over 60 to go, we'll see who can take it on.
Ooh, Russell very close there from the half-court line. Gonna be K-Frost though, full boost. Absolutely taken over. Yam stealing boost though. That may hurt for the reserves. The defensive end, yeah, tough shot. Could not make it happen. Sean on the back wing here. Wants a redirect. Get a little extra power off the backboard. Beautiful backboard save though made by Yam. And this one 50's out. Actually favoring RIT here. They could come up with a goal here in regulation time. K-Frost barely able to handle that ball away. But we have seen some really great ball control out of K-Frost today, even on the counterattacks. And a save made by K-Frost. Unbelievable reaction. And now the flip reset down the other side of the field. Nearly sets up the shot for Turbo. He puts off the backboard. Shot there from Wade. Ends up going wide. King can't close on their chance, so we take to overtime.
Overtime we will have. That was a very rough fight for the last 10 seconds. Great save from K-Frost, but it was an even better save by Yam and Sebward to force overtime. Now we're going to see a demo onto K-Frost. We're going to see a shot from Sean and the save from Wade. Lots of good back and forth here as it soars towards the King goal. Nobody from RIT is really there to respond just yet, but we're sending it the other way. Wade looking to follow up against Sean. He does beat him to the corner. Still struggling out right now. Wade is currently in the RIT goal as it's sent back towards the middle. K-Frost sending it back towards the right side of the RIT goal line. Off of a nice corner, centered. Sebward's there with plenty of time, though. Not a lot of speed on that ball. If that ball was any faster, probably would have went to the way of King, but now heading back towards the corner is Sebward. Another demo happens elsewhere. Wade is able to retake control, and it loses it just as fast. Sebward's able to take out Wade, and Turbo trying to equal something out for the team here. Sean sending it over towards the corner. K-Frost in a spot to assist. It's a tough touch right now. Turbo wanting to get to a stronger position as K-Frost. Also trying to do the same as Sean deflects it back towards their own corner. Wade has the boost, but he gets tapped, so he's immediately put out of play. Flushing it back towards the middle. Sean there to save it. Sebward able to follow up, though. He's got K-Frost to beat, and he won't be able to do it. Sending it over to Turbo right now, who's going to go big all the way to the RIT goal, but not able to make anything happen just yet. Sebward off the wall with a very nice fly right there to try and send it the other way. Is going to go back to the way of RIT right now, and Sean needs to be very careful the way he drives over on these corners. Turbo backflip towards Sean. Could be the follow-up that they don't need, and K-Frost is there. My goodness, the defense from both these teams have just been on point. Still sending it over. 2:20 on the overtime clock right now. Yam able to keep it alive. Wade still juggling the ball right now off of the crossbar. Are they able to equalize? No, not just yet. Still fighting though is the rest of the players from King. K-Frost trying to even it out right now. Sean is there to apply some defensive pressure. Sebward is now the current keeper to beat. And now Yam is able to deflect it ever so slightly as Turbo sends it towards the goal. It's a double save from both Sean and Sebward. Trying to follow up, but K-Frost is just that much faster. He sends it back towards the center. Touch after touch is being made. Crossbar gets involved as well. K-Frost wants to get his front wheel, but it's touched away. Wade sending it back towards the goal, and oh my goodness, we might just have double regulation time right now.
It may be the case. We're still flying here. Fast-paced activity on the counterattacks. Huge saves made by RIT. They see this potential match point and they want it. They're going to have to get past Wade. And they're able to do so. Yam, it's a pinch off his own side wall. The K-Frost expected nearly the pass to himself off the ceiling. And K-Frost in position to score, but he's bumped to the next solar system, taken out into orbit. He'll have to recover instead. Sean, we've seen the wall dashing. We've seen the swift movements. We see the dunk there, the setup, the demo. As it comes from Wade and Sean able to secure it from the midfield line. Another demo on the goal line. K-Frost can't beat the defender, but oh, it's Turbo from the top.
Oh my God!
King tie the series.
What in overtime we have had indeed. 4 minutes and 3 seconds of overtime. Almost went to double regulation right there. Did an absolute wonderful job right there for King to even the game count right now. And we're going to be sent over to a game 5 off of what was a wonderful game. Look at Turbo's score. 11 shots for him respectively. 2 goals to his name. My goodness, the man was a demon during the fly. We've talked a lot about RIT's flies, especially the flies coming in from Yam. But Turbo, definitely a player to watch after what seemed like he was flying all the way from King's goal to RIT's goal.
I mean, I love players that are proactive, right? I think to get 11 shots in a game, even with a long overtime, you have to be taking to the stage as if you're setting the pace, as if you're setting the tone in this match. And that final play was a great demonstration of that. Turbo's like, yeah, I've got the crystal ball. I've got the vision. I know I'm going to get a chance off the ceiling here. You're able to hold your flip from that position. You're in a very advantageous spot of the field to put that meteor strike down that we saw from Turbo. I guess 11 was the lucky number, because that's what it took for King to score in overtime and push this to a game 5. We're all tied up here in the series at 2-2.
And even this game doesn't determine who moves on, but you know what will happen is Sebward will get another early goal. RIT seem to be known for this, as now they've even shortened the game time. Our last round, we saw a 5-second goal. This time around, 4 seconds have expired. And a goal has already been made from RIT. Their ability to get off the block, especially in kickoff, is so prominent and so aggressive as Turbo tries to make his way over to the RIT goal. He's coming off the corner once again, soaring towards King, and nobody's really there to get it. Sebward follows up with another goal. That's 2 for him in very rapid succession, and not even 30 seconds have expired.
Yeah, what a throw downfield here. I mean, you just notice that there's that upwards progression of King, and there's a chance to dissect that play and really punish them for it. Lovely work there done by Sebward. This is the kind of player here for RIT that you keep an eye out for. Yam's been that consistent playmaker, but Sebward kind of has their moments in flurries, and I think we're caught in the winter storm now. I think Sean just saved his own teammate shot. A little bit unfortunate. Maybe expected the save, so wanted to just get it out of the way themselves instead of allowing for the clear, but I don't know if the save was going to be made. Tough look for RIT, but they'll at least be in the lead.
Yeah, very unfortunate touch right there from Sean, but he's still able to get back defensively and still put in some work to clear the ball over to King's half. That kind of looked like a pass from Wade, but still able to come up with fruition. Thankfully, the ball rolled to where King couldn't capitalize as proper as they wanted to. K-Frost sending it over towards their corner with Wade sitting back over towards the middle. Trying to follow through with this is Yam. A little bit of passing action in the midfield right now, so great stuff. Sean definitely a little delayed on getting up towards the ball, and Sebward kind of leaves the goal open for Turbo to take advantage. So now, King finally answering back with a goal of their own, and there's still plenty of time on the game clock.
Yeah, this is where, these are your top two teams of the tournament right now. Whether you expected it or not, and part of the reason is because they've been able to minimize mistakes, but I think there was a misread on the play for Yam, who left that shot pretty much open on the other end. The rest of the team certainly didn't expect that, so good on King to punish on mistakes like that, nearly get the pinch across the field. That would have been one heck of a play here for King to tie the ball game. Instead, it's going to be Sebward trying to play it to themselves off the corner of the backboard, but that first touch a bit too wide. Sean tries to do the same. No fuel in the tank. For that second touch off the side wall, save comes through for K-Frost, and a lot of players utilizing the very exhausts of their fumes. I'm talking going down to 0 boost for every touch. You can tell how this game just teeters on a otherwise scale that is ready to just tip over. But off the demos too, there from Turbo. Wade maybe with space to make a play here. Puts it to the corner. Shot certainly is going to come through, but the defense gets there in time for RIT to make the save.
You talk about the boost economy, and it's never been more important than this series. You can clearly see, as you had mentioned, both these teams thrive after having full tanks of boost to their name. It's how they defend, it's how they attack, it's how they really do anything, especially since both these teams are extremely prominent during their flies. So having control of boost is really having control of the game right now. As you see, Turbo trying to bounce off the wall, doesn't get the exact fly that was needed. Sean is sending it back towards the middle right now. A little bit of a pinch from friends to enemies now. From the corner is going to be soaring off. Turbo goes up, but it's met by Sebward. Following up is Yam. Sean might be able to do it, and yes, he will. Great assist from Yam right there. Tapping off the side to follow it up to Sean. Great fly. And as I just said, those flies, extremely important. It's been shown since the beginning of today's play day for all of our teams. And these flies have been the difference makers. They've been the shot callers. The ability to fly is just, oh my goodness. I can't even get the thought out before Turbo is able to equalize on the goal ever so speedily.
Yeah, he says, enough of the flying, enough of the aerials. I got this ground shot to work with. We can do it here from the foundation of the stage. Good for King to tie up this ball game. You absolutely mentioned the aerials are great. I love what Sebward's doing on the field as well, because on RIT's last goal, he wasn't really behind the ball. He was instead on the goal line, forcing the squishy save that wasn't in time. Just by getting those bumps on the goal line, Sebward has been the positionally best player on the field here for RIT. allowing for, this time, the assist over to Sean.
That's a really important goal that was needed. That's now solidified a lead for RIT, 4-2 now, and not a lot of time left for King to try and equalize. Only 45 seconds to work with now as it heads towards the corner. Turbo looking to kick things off as it's sent back towards Sean. He gets a nice touch, but all the RIT members are there. Subword able to clear it back. Now 30 seconds have been flashed. K-Frost now moving back up on the offensive. It's a great double touch. Oh, but Yam there to make the defensive play. We're still in treacherous territory though. RIT need to keep these defenses going as Sean trying to make the fly to try and clear the ball to deny anything. The game clock is not going to be in King's favor. And it's, oh my goodness, what a very close goal right there. However, it hits the post, hits the crossbar, and ends up hitting the floor, giving RIT another round win. And that'll put them on series point right now.
RIT, I mean, what a team today. What a performance. They've had a couple sweeps to their name to get to this position and now lead in the series 3-2. Clearly a team whose practice regimen has to be studied because they haven't missed a beat yet today. Given all that, though, while the finish line is in sight, they have not crossed. Endurance firmly required as King University has shown every right to come back in this series. We saw especially in the long overtime who came out on top after that. It was Turbo on his 11th shot in the game to score the game winner. At no moment in this series and in each game will King sit idly by. Instead, they're hungry for that top 2 position as well. Top 3 already confirmed for both teams here, but the winner of this match, of which RIT is now on match point, confirms top 2. And those sweet, sweet top 2 winnings here for the ECAC Spring Showdown. Let's get in to game number 6.
This could determine it all as Yam already looking to kick things off in a rather speedy fashion that RIT have been used to today. Wade does not want that to happen as he tries to center it over towards the middle. Turbo trying to follow up as well. It's up to K-Frost to try and answer back. Sean had an open goal right there. Wade able to fall on back though. Yam still wants to keep this aggression, but the boost required to do so is not exactly there. Turbo trying to counterattack now. As K-Frost is also thrown in the fray, getting able to get the corner boost. Has to send it the other way, however. Turbo now moving it up, and he absolutely wins the fly up against, I believe was Sean. He's now sent over, and Yam, what a great read of the ball's path. He's still going with it despite the 2 deflects from the members of King. Sending it the other way, though, is Turbo. Drops it slightly to the right of the RIT goal. It's going to be a close one, and Wade will kick things off. Finally, King actually taking the initial advantage so far in our matches. That was a very nice goal from Wade.
I gotta say, K-Frost, you are a madman. That double tap off the top of the backboard. You forced 2 defenders to that and still won the dunk to set up Wade for that goal. Legendary work there. Speedy work. Top rope completion there on the play from K-Frost. K-Frost really is that type of player who's going to say, okay, we need to win this game. I am going to do it myself. That was a wonderful start for them to get off to the lead. Now K-Frost is that player with the flip reset. Drops it down to Big Wade. The shot is missed. Turbo's follow off. Hits the crossbar again. Calamity for King.
Really stressful situation at the RIT goal line. There were no defenders in a great spot to try and deny the King pressure, but it was actually King themselves who had saved their own goal. Forced that pesky crossbar. teams wish that they could raise it ever so slightly. But here we go, another try from Turbo, and it's met with all members of RIT as the counterattack is launched back towards the middle, hitting the corner of King. Mid-air demo coming out to try and break some of this offensive pressure. Sean, though, has returned in full-fledged. He's going to be able to follow it up. Might even beat Russell here. Does beat one, but can't beat K-Frost. It's up to Yam to get a good tap here in the corner, and that's a very nice fly. Unfortunately, K-Frost is there to equalize and meet the man who was needed. But now Yam sending it over towards Turbo, who's going to ricochet it right back to Wade. Doesn't get the initial touch that was needed. K-Frost gives it a soft tap with the back wheels, trying to drop it down into a centered position, but Yam might be able to do it if Wade can't get there in time, and he gets it off the roof of the hood. The aggression from RIT is slowed ever so slightly, and I think Yam nearly just scored on his own team right there. That was a bit close. He's going to try and make up for it as he sends it back towards the middle. Sebward trying to follow up. It's now on Yam to play defensively once again as he tries to beat Wade to the goal. His teammates are going to regroup. Sean is there to deflect. K-Frost now looking to get King back into a better position. They have stalled plenty of time here because they have the gold count. And RIT really needs something to work with, as it's still a battle in King territory right now. Deflecting it off. Wade looking to send it back. It might go back the other way thanks to Sebward, who sends it over to the right side of the field. Sean looking to try and follow up with something right now, but Turbo answering back, and Sebward has an answer for his answer. It's all coming down to the wire as the game clock starts expiring more and more. Turbo sending it off, but Wade looking to follow up. K-Frost denies his teammate's goal, it seemed, right there. Wade still trying to follow up, popping it up in the air. Sebward able to deflect it off, but K-Frost still keeping the advantage. It's only 30 seconds left, and RIT need to do something, or else King, once again, with the unsurmountable pressure, will be able to equalize. 15 seconds to go now. Sebward still playing a great defensive role. Yam heading towards the center. 10 seconds to go. K-Frost trying to delay as much time as possible to not give RIT any chance. And Wade just trying to make the ball hit the ground, and it's unable to happen. Wade, man of the match for that round, and King stay alive. And yet again, back-to-back. Pyro, we're going to Game 7.
That's what I'm talking about. Told you at the beginning of the broadcast, it's these Game 7s that we dream of to be a witness to these Rocket League matches. And where better than to do it for the second time in a row here at the ECAC Spring Showdown, all for that first grand finalist position. King worked so hard to get to this Game 7. Obviously a tussle through and through, but I think they'll also just be happy that that triple crossbar moment doesn't ring in their nightmares. If they had lost by a point here in this game, I don't know if they would have forgiven themselves for that one, but they can shake it off. They can move on. And RIT, they need to do the same. Let's think back to their interview that they had before on their sweeping run. Basically, players from RIT just said, hey, listen, we're going to make mistakes. Things are going to happen, but you know what? We're laughing it off. We're having a good time. It's the best way to shake the nerves. Question is, can they do that here in Game 7?
It's definitely the question to have. Champ Sunday, Chance Field, Game 7 on the line. Whoever wins here will continue to move on. The other team will get sent to the lower bracket, however. In any case, though, great sort of plays from both of our teams here. Try and equal it out. Early aggression from RIT succeeds. Sebward able to get our first goal underway with a little bit of help from Yam. Great touches right there, and Sebward just able to put it in early on.
It's Yam and Sebward, man. Just keep an eye on these players. Taken to the forefront of the stage. Yam put those defenders in a pickle. And then feasting on it was Sebward. But now Yam, well, it's 2 courses here of a meal so far. In game number 7, what a dunk, dragging that ball to the goal line.
Very fast goal indeed. 2-0 now early on for RIT. Honestly, if I didn't know any better, I'd say RIT are kind of playing with their food a bit. Just trying to give King some kind of leverage the way that they have already scored 2 goals. All of a sudden, Turbo's trying to make it happen, but Yam is there to save it off. Sending it back towards the middle is K-Frost on this corner right now. Sean's able to get the deflect and heads towards Yam with a wonderful save. Shout out to the in-game Rocket League announcer joining us as well. Love Champions Field for that. Wade gonna continue some of this aggression. Yam trying to meet it. Beating K-Frost. Doesn't have the goal boost, rather, to aid in the defense. Turbo goes up right now. Sends it towards the goal! And I believe, what a save right there. Evened out right now. Yam still trying to play defensively. Good stoppage from Sebward. Moving it off towards the King side of things is Wade with a very nice cross to K-Frost. It's a 3-person pass. Unfortunately, it's not on target. And still, we got to go back and forth in this match.
Yeah, we do. Both teams getting their chances, certainly, but it is King who the onus is on right now to break through. I mean, we've seen moments in this series where RIT, they get their lead and they just firmly grasp it. And don't let any leeway there from King. King need to create that leeway, create that space, and Wade does a beautiful job of that by beating the sideline defender. But his midfield pass was intercepted. RIT have just had great vision to knock away those passing plays that otherwise would thrive for King on the counterattack. Turbo now trying to set up the same counterattack motion, but that's deflected. What about this midfield line pressure for RIT that keeps King back, that forces them into the orange end? Supplying more and more chances. Turbo takes a great 50 though at the midfield line, does the same to that side, but Sean had the crystal ball, beautifully positioned to pick up that ball. And this is all good news for RIT, keeping King back. And getting the goal as well. That'll help. Sebward times it up. Plays it up here, 3-0 for RIT off a laser from Sebward.
With that, it's now a lot more dangerous for King as the game clock continues to expire and the lead for RIT just looks like it continues to grow. But really great offensive work from Wade right there. Did you see that? The demo and the push to try and pave a way for King right now. That should be able to start off their offense.
I mean, that was lovely. That was just clearing the grounds. Oh, clearing themselves off the kickoff here. A perfect setup for King. For the fake and the pass up to the side wall. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the shot, but K-Frost still with the chance here. Flips off the ceiling, tries to get the pass up, and Wade set up for the follow-up shot. He'll pass it to Turbo instead, who is excelled off the ceiling, forces the double save. K-Frost moves to their backboard. There is 1 minute left for King to close the gap. They've gotten the first step there, but they need to make 2 big steps still. Turbo glides ahead.
It's definitely what King need right now, as we're dead stop at the 1 minute warning. An eternity in Rocket League right now. this Game 7 is even more important right now. It determines who moves on and who has to drop back into a tougher position. Sean, though, and Yam with a very nice duo play try to even the deficit as much as possible, and King are going to struggle that much harder now that they have yet another goal that they need to provide and no time really on the clock anymore. Following it up is Sebword off of a touch from Turbo. Goes over towards the RIT corner, and it's Yam there. Send it towards our midfield play. 30 seconds left, and a very close goal right there. Almost went big for King. That's what they needed, but the demo comes out as well. K-Frost has to drop back into a more defensive position, and he's out of boost to make matters worse. Somehow we've ended up back into RIT territory, and now it's K-Frost with 10 seconds remaining to try and make something happen. We zoom towards the RIT goal, but I don't think it's enough to happen. Game clock expires, the deficit's just too big, and Yam tossing the ball to the floor. RIT continue to move on in a huge upset for King. 4-2 will be your Game 7 scoreline. And what a war. It's the best way to describe it that we have just bore witness to.
I mean, RIT have proven it all, that not only they can get sweeps against tough teams like Nichols, but they can also go the distance to game number 7 and take out King. This team made up of something different.
It was definitely a match to behold. While King didn't see much success up against RIT, they are not gone just yet. They still have one more shot as they drop back towards the lower bracket, where they will go to continue to fight against. We're not sure just yet. They might go up against, I believe it is Nichols, yes, since they had moved on originally. But we'll see what happens. Because now we're going to throw it back to the main stage for another time. And we're going to get ready for our final lower bracket match afterwards. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the ECAC 2025 Spring Showdown. I am here once again with Rochester Institute of Technology, and they are crushing it. You've been on the main stage now 3-4 games. How does playing on the main stage so much settle into just getting your nerves on point and also playing and executing on main stage?
I don't know. We haven't been that nervous. That's kind of, I think that's why it's working.
Okay.
You just can't let it get to you. It's a crowd of like 15 people, so like no reason to get nervous.
Absolutely.
If it was like 30,000, it might be a different story.
Okay. All right, so you've been warming up, plowing through. You just won the winner's side, so you're waiting at the top. How do you think the lower bracket's going to play out, and what team are you potentially planning for?
I think we're going to play them again. Yep, definitely.
Okay, so there it is. Rochester looking to play King once again, thinking King's going to go all the way through lowers. We've had some great, amazing action, but we have more Rocket League coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We have more ECAC action when we return. All right, good job.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
All right, everybody, welcome back for some Overwatch 2. We are here watching a little bit of College of Staten Island taking on Binghamton Bearcats. So we'll start things off in this first capture the point payload. And it's Paulie Hype on the mic right now, so I'll bring a little commentary for you guys as we're getting ready.
Howdy, Michael Manning, also over here. Very excited to get my first cast in here on the ECAC Spring Showdown opening here. Some late bracket Overwatch trading instead. CSI and Binghamton.
The Hashimoto are
We
massive
have CSI
force.
opening on
A
blue,
lot more
Binghamton on
firepower
red.
than a gang of kids.
What? You think we shouldn't fight back?
All right, so we take a look.
I think
take a little
you
bit
need
of
to
look
start
at the team
fighting
comps here.
smarter.
Rico, Lucio, got a little,
Very mobile in general on CSI, which has been the, I'd say the word of the weekend when it comes to Overwatch 2. Just moving as fast as you can. Not even dive, just able to scramble.
Scramble comp. Well, here we go. First bit of coming out here at this point. 19 seconds till it actually unlocks. So first get down to the CSI back. And getting aggressive. Go right onto the point. It's looking low here.
Yeah.
Come on. No, Rico keep him up.
Cammy's hanging on. That's very low.
Mantra just mad there. Rico having a little bit of healing issues, but Mantra using that wall to stay safe. Well done. Great position.
Yep. In the fight, get up back up there. Binghamton, in the meantime, is gonna snag that point. They do manage to get out.
And taking the first bit of percentage here. Farah, something you'd like to see always. Take to the skies.
Yeah, Chunky going for his flank here. Chunky does find T-Champ. I don't think that was the first look, but after all that fighting, not very many deaths. That point is trading hands. CSI take control.
finally they'll get their first bit of percentage there. So 19% here for Binghamton as they wind up locking in, but CSI bringing it right back, and they had to crawl their way through the lower bracket to find themselves in the grand final. Ultimate from Riku coming out once again. All damage all the time from Ramatra, like always, and CSI picking up their first team wipe of the game.
Binghamton losing a support like that so early, Mr. Man, getting caught out like that, just kind of bad start to a fight. That shouldn't knock themselves too much for how that went. But plenty of time. Opening with the Castiel to steal some space with Lotus. Does find one, fights Cammy. Losing a tank like that is devastating. Follows it up with Zhang Yu, and just like that, survivors of CSI are going to back up. No reason to give them more ult charge and stagger yourselves. Points switches over to Binghamton.
25% here for Binghamton as they wind up situating themselves, putting up their defense. A knockoff here from Farah. Perfectly poised, and that's going to bring the over CSI. They're going to come in now.
Lotus did manage to take Zhang Yu with him, and Ripster is down. Look at this. Really point. Serious damage, but Cammy's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. There he goes.
Big trickle there. Winds up collecting one, but Farah winds up pooping off another, so it'll be a 4v4 engage here as one person down from each team. Unfortunately, one member is the tank for CSI, so they'll have to back off. It's 58% now for Binghamton. CSI still in the game. They've proven they've worked their way through the lower bracket. However, they've got to find their way to get on the point here.
That's a good rock. Almost finding out for third. Rush to top by Hank.
Huge ultimate there. Ramatra winds up finding 1-2 go down. CSI just has the ability to take the point. Ramatra still fully engaged here against Sigma, and there it is. A clean once again. CSI, 45% here. Binghamton already up to 80, but CSI is going to find their way and get this one last chance in front of them.
Was a smart ult by Hank to open up that fight, but the story of this round alone has just been getting those out there picks as different from the fight itself. Lotus got caught out, and that just ruined the fight from the start for Binghamton.
Well, 5v5, no longer 56 Overwatch. Every step is that much more powerful. The ultimate come out once again from CSI. Defense Ramatra engaging a good block right there.
Yeah, he's gonna get caught by that blizzard though.
Plenty of life here or something.
Oh yeah, he's fine. 80% on the point for CSI. Hampton's running out of time. They're on the back foot.
The next kill is everything here. The next kill is everything. Ramatra winds up finding one. May does go down. 85%. CSI is now taking the lead. And it's one tank here. 5v4 as CSI final pressure coming off. Binghamton has to make a play here.
90% on the point. I don't think they've got time to scramble. At this point, they're going to try for it.
Big ultimate there.
They managed. Somebody's on point. Did manage to contest. We're in overtime.
Pound the kill as well. 4v4 though, one kill each. CSI loses 2 now, and Binghamton's going to wind up swinging that point in their favor. 99% for CSI. 85 though, and Binghamton has the life lead. Can they get a further trickle to push this down?
Heroes swapping around off that Sigma over to Malgam. Just anything stall longer.
95% and a big pick though. Ramatra goes down. This looks like it could be Binghamton. Ultimate from Lucio as well. Binghamton engaging Malga. Tons of damage, and this will do it. Locking it up. Binghamton takes round 1.
Bovic trying to do something there with the overclock. A little bit too little too late. Binghamton manages to take that first round. And if that singular first round of King of the Hill is an all a tone set for how this set's gonna go, I'm very excited.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great one here. Both teams had their chance. 3 turns apiece, honestly, on the point before it finally went to the deciding round here. So both of these teams evened out, and that's one of the beautiful things that we get to see as we go into the grand finals and the later rounds of these brackets is the teams that are the closest in skill, which brings the most important matches of the entire tournament. So it's a great time to be here as we are at the ECAC Spring Showdown. Round number 2 starts now, and let's see how these comps have changed a bit, if any.
Still, both teams can use that Symmetra, get the TP out there. Ripster takes serious damage. He's hanging on.
Champier goes over to the a little bit Champier still staying on the Farah is
doing work with it. And the perks change so much stuff about characters now. it still messes. The one that messes me the most is seeing farm during all. That's never not messed with me.
Big kill though. T-Chance does find one, and it'll give Binghamton the opportunity here at the point.
I gotta say, over the matches that we saw yesterday, I'm excited to see these Genjis. Binghamton closing out CSI on that point. They're gonna get into capture.
They will.
Well, not initial, actually. During all that scramble, CSI managed to take it.
Yeah, 14% for CSI, and that'll actually cover their death timers here as they fight to get back. However, it's a big kill by Sigma. Real fun, so finding one, and Dong Yoon switched over to the Genji now as well. He'll swap over the barrel.
Down again, those random stagger picks. Starts it. Oh, nice stuff. Takes Pops a Kitsune Rush. Reels and Mr. Man finished off Cammy. Binghamton maintain control of the point. 30% now.
Time is not on the favor of CSI as they are down to 1 round. So this will be a best of 5 if I'm not mistaken in the grand final. 38% though, Binghamton looking clean so far, and this is exactly the total for CSI, and Ultimate coming out. Big Sigma Ultimate will wind up 10-1, but no, it is all Binghamton as they find us the picks here. 3 members of CSI will go down.
Good stuff. Even if it didn't secure the kill, perfect setup for Binghamton. Burn CSI down. Binghamton, CSI's back to the wall. Plenty of ults coming up on CSI though. They have the Annihilation, got the Overclock, they're halfway to Dragon Blade.
Yeah, I want to see something here from Slowbig. He's playing the Soulstorm, haven't seen any times yet. Here's behind him though.
The Overclock.
See what can be done here. Slowbig hasn't had the good game just yet. And you go, Mantra.
Taken out of the air by Lotus. The Dragon Blade.
Once again, it is all Binghamton, and this first map looks like it'll be going the way of Binghamton. It's still 5%. Don't think there's enough time here to get back, even for a Genji.
A clean team kill means that Binghamton will take map 1.
Very good stuff.
Clean to him.
Yeah, very good. CSI had a lot of moments of opportunity there. We saw that in different rounds in both the first and second round, but second round in particular, Binghamton just all over the place, scrambling, picking up loose kills. More importantly, they're spacing blocking CSI here in that opening doorway for so much of the round. They only had to win 2 fights. Look at those shots.
Cassidy's such a cool character to perform on.
Yeah, just getting those headshots with Lotus walking around, those pings back and forth, 3-4 characters in a row. Nothing feels better in gaming than hitting some of those and getting those audio connection keys.
All right, teams are gonna select the next map.
Yeah, both these teams here, Binghamton, Staten Island, you know, the Dolphins and the Bearcats here came a long way and really have performed fantastic as the 2 of the final teams left here in the Overwatch, in the entirety of the Overwatch 2 portion of the tournament. Let's do a quick shout out to Chipotle, Aces, Rog, City of Troy, Rensselaer County, Turtle Beach. Thank you all so much for helping us put on the ECAC Spring Showdown right here with MPAC and the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. So it's been a blessing to be here. And we have more Overwatch 2 action on the way.
Howdy, folks. Apologies for delay. Just touching up a bit, but we're back with round 2.
Now entering.
This Overwatch set
Initiating match.
College of Staten Island and Binghamton. We're on Kings Row, Universal round 2, because I think I've seen one set of all time in the ECAC League that wasn't on Kings Row.
Kings Row, one of the favorite maps since the beginning inception of even Overwatch 1. Always a favorite here, so it's a good map, one of the best payload push maps. It's also a point objective in the first part, so everything you get a little everything here in the Overwatch 2 set here as CSI takes on Binghamton.
Oh, we're getting. Yo, CSI, keep those. Hey, can we keep these picks? These are saucy. I see it. I saw a Doomfist. I saw a Lifeweaver. We got a Junkrat. Come on. Hello. Saucy, fun. Not that. Hey. Seeing the teams perform is always sick. When they perform on characters I also play, that's cooler.
Fair enough. 14 seconds here as both these teams prepare for their potential picks coming out. And this is a point where you gotta have an aggressive play style. The attacking team will have spawn advantage here in the first opening part of the map, so see how it plays out here with these final lock-ins now. Teams coming out, getting situated, and CSI pushed up quite a bit though. They'll retreat from play. All right, here we go. And once again, Binghamton going right to take high ground. Ooh, they're met with oppression right away. I really like what Binghamton is here. They're trying to get the mind while also control about how much space you can take and how much you can do. They have Chong Yoon situated with the Pharaoh all the way back into the spawn of the map, but it's Lotus who finds one on the Soldier. Finally, Lotus starts to form here on the objective.
Yeah, quick addendum. It is currently CSI on red, Binghamton on blue. Team swap sides. We'll get that sorted out in just a sec. But for now, we will keep that.
CSI then the ones who put the guns here and defense from Binghamton. But so far, no lock.
Kim's going in.
Malga going in for a little something, but low light. And so far, CSI is
It's so funny. Malga's life bar is like a heartbeat. There's Kitsune Rush pop from Bioactive trying to force something on here for CSI. They are taking the point. Let's get some first tick.
Great job by revealing the Malga. CSI does get the point. Lotus though on the Sojourn. Never give the man they might find a way to get in.
That's a big am.
Sojourn now with the application going off. 3 down. T-Jet finds one on the May. And just like that, Binghamton with another defensive hold.
Great positioning by Binghamton, using that amp wall to just tear into Cammy.
Someone has to. I mean, CSI, they wind up flicking around, if they want, even getting the point. But no, it wasn't enough. Binghamton just waited patiently, came back. It's going to be a switch over to Hazard now. Wow, on the combo though, but it's enough.
Good dude, blocked by Lotus. Oh, the game's getting torn up.
Lotus starting to warm up. Sojourn now finding 3. And just like that, Sojourn and Binghamton destroying CSI, sending him right back to the checkpoint once again. And locked in here for that number 2. Checkpoint 1 has not been taken yet, and CSI sitting at about 75%. Here we go, nice engage though once again. Bioactive following along on the Kariku. Gonna have it up to CSI. One last opportunity. Trying to push in. He can't though. Trying to take as much as possible. But they big time Binghamton defense once again by the May and
Bovic popped the Deadeye trying to take some space. Immediately got stunned out of it by the boulder. Follow up from T-Champ with the Blizzard. He's gonna close that out nice and quick. 60 seconds left on CSI's push.
1 or 2 pushes left here. CSI can either rush in quick, die, and then go for a second, or try to make the best out of one line.
They've already got 2 ticks. They can force Binghamton off the big damage in that first push. They can just steal it right out.
Taking Tootie right in here. Also with the Pharaoh, but no, T-Jet finds 2 on the May. And just like that, CSI getting cyphered one more time. And this is all Binghamton. This is a huge defensive bolt here in map number 2 for Binghamton.
As if May's icicles don't hurt enough, the personal amp walls that are
Cosmically
That's
insignificant.
20 seconds, CSI is going to have to scramble
Not so
for this
fast.
contest.
One advantage. One advantage is 2-on-3. Remember the Binghamton Archer back. Opportunity, but no. Lotus takes him out again on Soldier. Nice shot.
Sound barriers just too slow. Focus unit is playing.
Finds another there, and oh man, Lotus on fire. Bowman tries to find one. Hank and Lotus tag on more, and that is just like it'll do it. Does wind up holding. Offense finds an extra 10%, but this will all be now in the hands of Binghamton to offensively take map number 2.
And just like that, we won't even be seeing the payload. All Binghamton has to do is beat out that 88% capture.
Right. 88.8, almost 89. But Binghamton looking clean here on defense. Usually that translates better on offense, but we'll see how it goes. CSI not out of it just yet. They could potentially do it an even better defensive hold here. As long as they hold under 88.7%, they can still walk away with the win. CSI not out of it. Got to keep your team in check here if, as you're talking on the comms.
Absolutely. Thing is, though, like you were talking about spawn advantage, deaths on CSI side, on the defensive side, are going to hurt so much more. That walk of shame is so much longer for defenders. Get a good tour of the front of the map we're not going to be able to see.
But you know, that's also kind of was the drop on CSI's point, because they were getting picks. They were losing some of those team fights. But early on, first couple of engages, they got picks. They didn't capitalize on that long. They were only able to get that 88%. They got to focus more.
And we're seeing Winston's on both sides.
Just like he did.
CSI really wanted to swing for aggression here. Double sniper on Binghamton. I'm at least expecting the Widow to switch off because, you know, common practice is to go for the Widow shot the clock tower and see if you can get anything. Because especially with this when it's just the point capture, one good snipe is clear it. CSI, they know that. They're playing in cover. They're not going to risk that.
One. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Let's get this done.
Showing you peaks like a madman.
All right, 88.7% is the time to beat. Gotta get on the defensive. Rocking the Sigma. They're really playing a great game. All needs to be taken. You go right up the defense. Start hurting right away. Just like that. Already taking 5%. Pick my phobic. Real straight off one apiece.
Unless. Ooh, that's.
Oh, that's not good.
Wait, 3 deaths.
That's over.
That's it. That's beautiful collapse from Binghamton onto that point. Means that
we won't even see a contest here. Too far. This is what I was talking about. Playing that point, playing the objective. We will see Lucio get in, but no, not even. Just like that. Binghamton going up 2-0 here in this one, folks.
Stuff just like that, like we said, Best of 5 said, Binghamton is 1 round away from taking this game.
Yeah, and if you're CSI, you got to get on the comp here and figure out what's the way to improve. If you haven't been added technically in any of these games, all these games you've had opportunity to win. It just hasn't went in that direction. So let's see how it goes. Maybe CSI can still make adjustments. They can still come back to the reverse sweep. Can't count yourself out if you're College of Staten Island Dolphins.
Absolutely not. No, they are completely still showing signs of life. This could absolutely still swing their way.
We get prepared here for this third potential final map, though. If Binghamton does win it, they will walk away.
It might not be officially announced, but I saw that chat. We're going to Esperanza for our third map.
Excellent.
Just a sec before we get to that push.
Yeah, so we've been seeing a variety of different game modes, objectives, and we'll finish out with potentially push. CSI, can they mount some sort of comeback? Can they get into their groove? Can they get comfortable here? Because Binghamton has looked very comfortable so far, and more so as the games have gone on. They started swinging advantage late into the first map. Second map, they were clearly dominant on most of it, if not the entire time. So things have been getting worse here as the snowball pushes for CSI. They got to find a way to stop it.
Just a little glimpse behind the curtain. Alrighty. He's gonna see when teams are ready. Is that close? Give us just a few folks. We'll hop into this game in just a sec.
And don't forget, we are at the ECAC Spring Showdown here in Troy, New York at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. This event is put on by the city of Troy, the ECAC, Rensselaer County, Turtle Beach, Chipotle, and Aces Rog. Don't forget, everybody competing here on the stage is competing for a semester-long Chipotle long card in each of these 3 game titles of Overwatch 2, Valorant, and Rocket League. So if you are some of the young aspiring gamers here in the crowd, don't forget, a lot of these players on scholarship, and there's ways to now attend high school and college on scholarship for different sorts of gaming and esports initiatives. So welcome all here to the ECAC Spring Showdown as we're rounding out Overwatch 2.
And you want one way to motivate college students. Free food's gonna do it. That's gonna get the blood pumping.
Well, especially Chipotle. It's everybody, it's almost everybody's favorite.
Sounds like we're hopping into our third, potentially final game of the set. Binghamton
initiating match.
Performing.
Let's see how it plays out here.
Oh, I just got word. I just got word that it is actually best of 7.
Oh, good.
So hold on, CSI back isn't to the wall yet, but hopefully that motivated you if you can hear that.
Indeed. All right, so it'll be the first of 4 sets, Binghamton halfway, out of best of 5, best of 7. And now we are on a push game mode. So we've seen the hybrid map, we saw the capture the point objective, best 2 out of 3 points, and now we're seeing the push for match. Ringing of the bell.
Whenever gets going.
That's the fun stuff right there. That's the in-game shenanigans. Get the team riled up, a little fun action.
Weird. CSI running Ana and then just hyper aggro.
We are headed now to this first engage. The payload map will fail with the stick in the middle until a team has captured it, and then it will start to move towards the end game destination. The team with either the furthest distance push is their advantage, or making it all the way will win the round. That's the map. Only 1 round here.
The bot is open.
Right now, dodging the back line. Get out. All reels on the signal. Really the team type of competition that CSI has. CSI does get taken out though. T-Cam finds the next nice headshot there. Bobik will trade back on Tracer. Bobik's got a nice Tracer this event so far. He's going to fall there. T-Cam as well. This May T-Cam has been fantastic. Another headshot, 3 down. 4 now. T-Cam not giving up, and a heal. Binghamton winds up getting the bot here first.
Let us clean up with that last kill on Changhyun. Binghamton's gonna get some unobstructed time pushing that bot.
Yeah, the Binghamton DPS has just been on point. T-Cam on May, as well as Lotus here on Soulborn. They have been just carrying for their team, and yeah, due to great support to be able to carry, but they've been hitting their shots. That's the name of the game.
CSI is also showing those moments of like clarity. Like they are performing. That beautiful Suzuki, that deep bomb or that Tracer bomb would have been devastating.
I was on 3 people there. He was all right off. Tank though winds up finding Cammy, and this tank going down. Remember, Overwatch 2, 1 tank is detrimental.
That boulder!
Right. Winds up hitting Bioactive, and once again. again now, 32 meters and counting as Binghamton is in full control.
Yeah, CSI can very easily find their footing here. Binghamton has just been doing such a good job punishing the slightest. Not to say that Binghamton's play has been perfect. CSI just needs to, oh my gosh, popping the overclock from Lotus. Just spray down Cammy.
Cooling down.
Gonna kill Phobic.
Hitting those headshots here on the May. Goes down, fantastic stuff. Ooh, Lotus
Play pigeon.
Yeah, amazing stuff here as we were hosting before. Now we're casting. Welcome Binghamton versus CSI. First to 4, best of 7, and Binghamton holding it down here in the Overwatch 2 Grand Finals.
35% here. There's the Dragon Blade coming out from Chungyu.
Yeah, big time damage, though. Amazing stuff. Once again, it's Winston right here in his ultimate. He's making it look easy. 92 meters here and pushing Binghamton all over the place. Tank finds 1. Cammy finds 2 now. Bioactive and CSI coming alive as they wind up finally getting the push payload in their favor. Well done.
Oh my gosh! The setup. Yeah, massive resources spent on both sides there. CSI doing a great job. That's what I'm talking about. They found their footing, and they managed to clear Binghamton out there. Only rough part, the roughest part about push is that if the other team snowballs early, ooh, Lotus getting a nasty flank. That's really two members of CSI right now. I can't even finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, Lotus is completely locked in. T-Champ and Lotus, they've just been getting picks on picks and picks. They haven't even used supports at times. They haven't even played around their tanks. They're just getting raw headshots, taking out members and staggering CSI.
Actually, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Binghamton got such a lead early that CSI is completely... Even the issue is they can't just win a fight. Like on payload, where if you get stuck for a while on tech, win one fight and manage to get some major distance, they need to consistently keep winning. They need to make up for all the time they've lost. It's real. The Hampton are just not letting that happen. So you can try and get out. That reflect almost found him.
This is amazing stuff here.
CSI
They're in trouble. Bioactive, one support down. T-Champ looking to get the third map here. Heading in another. No, Tracer one's getting out of there. Loaded though. Finds Chungyu. And just like that, both GPS are down for CSI.
CSI have got to do something to draw the aggro for Binghamton. So many fights opening for Binghamton. The CSI support's down. It's been happening in every game.
Binghamton just came to play today, and honestly, on the back of their team hasn't been changing comps. They've barely been switching around. They're saying the same comp every time. They're just outperforming, outplaying, and they're doing it with class. Well done here. I was just loving the face for Binghamton. Again, CSI, like you said, there's been many times where they've just swept the team fight, but you don't see it consistent. You don't see it again and again and again enough to win a round. They're getting streaky, but it's not being consistent.
Yeah, I probably came off as harsh to CSI there, but I really want to see them pull this back. They've shown the skill. They've gotten here. We saw them yesterday on stream absolutely performing, and I want to see that same CSI. They can absolutely pull this back. He's going to show everybody else who hasn't seen what they were doing yesterday. Let's give us a few seconds. Let's give us a sec, folks. We're gonna get the map selected in our fourth, and I mean it this time, potentially final round. In a set between CSI and Binghamton.
Yeah, this is amazing stuff here. I mean, CSI, you got to be proud of yourself. You made it all the way to the big dance, grand finals. They came back through the lower bracket, but so far, they're still struggling a little bit against this Binghamton team. Binghamton just feeling cool, calm, and collected. If you're CSI, you gotta settle the troops, settle the nerves, talk to yourselves a little bit, get the team chemistry going. You know, it's hard when your back's against the wall, 0-3. You've been trying hard and still coming up short. Very hard to rile the team, but it must be done. Even getting one map here will get them back into the game.
they already made it this far. Like, we
right.
are on.
So we're going to New Junk City here. Love to see this. CSI, College of Staten Island Dolphins taking on the Binghamton Bearcats in Overwatch 2 Grand Final. Binghamton has had such a great spot and great time so far, showing out the entire event. CSI, really one of the underrated colleges for their program size, being a club-level program. Outside of name, no real true massive school support. So what CSI has been able to build based on their program size has been fantastic, as they're one of the teams in the Grand Finals of Overwatch 2.
All right. Spawn in. I don't expect it. What do you expect? But if we saw a Rhine mirror,
I'm getting paid.
I'd be very happy.
Stay near the immortality field.
Fan of Ryan already, he's always a good one, but we'll see.
Stay in the circle.
You don't want to.
Come on.
You don't want to do the fact that you're playing on land. You have to swap up that team as the game starts on both sides.
We can't be sticking it out. Let's go. Here we are.
Well, I mean, it has been the thorn in the backside. Has been real on the midnight game. But it's really been thorns on that real on that team that has been.
We've got Lotus sticking up Symmetra, not just like he was for the teleport. Alright, CSI, you gotta go with the comfort picks. You need to be in your own groove if you want to perform. So if that's what go wrong, let me see it. Cammy gets that high, and there goes
Had to walk with the pick, but right now it's all Binghamton as they wind up taking more members of CSI out and taking this first payload. Remember, this is going to be a multi-point objective map. You got to get 3 points to win it. And the first bit of percentage now taken away from Sigma.
Sigma just did so much damage. Shots. Real just refused to miss.
Binghamton also, real also bounce those shots off the walls. I mean, Sigma only 2 balls to shoot, but both massive damage. Trying to get one there, he will get back out, and that was close. That would have been bad for Cammy. 40% now for Binghamton as a percentage.
Very good rescue from CSI. Cammy takes the away from it out. There's an amp wall.
Champ once again.
Finding Songyun. Surrounded. Spread out here, but not going to find it.
Reinhardt goes down. There's the offense, and this first point is going over to Binghamton. I mean, still 70%, but it'll be very hard for CSI to get back. They might be able to contest again, but the barrier is very, very close. They have to go straight in.
Yeah, obviously they're going to have to absolutely rush in because Binghamton have such an iron block on this point. No, they're not going to be able to touch.
Oh, first point goes over to Binghamton. 3 ultimates though. The 3 ultimates on both sides here. CSI has got to find their way to the next flash point here. The percentage counts a little bit quicker in flash point than hard point.
Wow, the block on that
3 kills for real. What value?
Beautiful team-wipe for Binghamton. Point isn't unlocked yet, but we've already got their flag planted. They're going to dig in their heels. It's going to be very difficult for CSI to foothold.
Yeah, Binghamton will get the strat first, but actually this point not being unlocked is a very big benefit to CSI. They lost that team fight. Normally they would lose 20%, 25% for that point, but they're not going to lose any back in second time to contest the time. Here comes the damage once again. T-Chan though, no! 5-1, Reels too! Reels is just a nightmare here, and so is T-Chan. Just all over CSI. This tank, this DPS, they are just grooving right now, not missing shots and doing damage.
What just happened? T-Chan did an insane blizzard on the majority of CSI. And I guess KB won a lot because he popped the Earth Shatter. But hey, being able to up close the roughhouse fight, sustain himself a bit more might be what CSI needs here.
Gotta figure out a way here. They're getting picked every time first. They're not engaging with their abilities. Once again, they're getting picked every single time first. There's 5 down once again. Only 30% though for Binghamton, so CSI surprisingly will get more attempts on the target. But what we're seeing here is just not enough decision. They're not being decisive enough. That's where Binghamton is being also decisive, and their picks are proving it.
Already 50% on the second flash point. Binghamton is halfway securing this game.
The Sigma, the Lotus, the Metro all over the place. The T-Champ freeze. The control of this team of Binghamton is insane right now. They have so much CC. They have so much slowdown. CSI has got to get a pick first. That's really the whole point of their dodge.
Let's get you all round of melee.
All right, Phobic, there's the
Okay.
pick.
Champ finds Sharpie in the defense. Reels very low. In the cover.
T-Champ finds two. It's on T-Champ. Reels once again. And just like that, it's going to be the second point now. Binghamton on a steamroll here.
Real sets him up. T-Champ knocks him down. That's been the story of this set. Right now, moving on to the third flashpoint of the match. Binghamton holds on to this. They'll be moving on.
They're looking impressive. I mean, I can't say the trends would have us looking in that direction because, boy, oh boy, exciting fight the way the round is going down.
Oh my gosh, Chip not missing. Absolutely peppering Cammy. The blizzard for the cheese. Real looking at the back line. See as I drop it like flies. Another team kill for Binghamton.
Yeah, and this time CSI is going to get the brute blunt end of the stick as they'll start losing their percentage immediately following the team fight as before that team point on the lock in. So this is going to hurt this time. Already 20% and growing here for Binghamton.
Binghamton popping that second.
The player, they're not locking up. Now Lotus free fire in the back, going to the Metro fire as well. Phobic finds another though. This is huge. That's what Phobic needed. Soulborn.
The beautiful rampage pop from Tammy that anti-heal may have given Binghamton the opening, or CSI the opening they needed. Binghamton is down. Just like that.
CSI getting life at the very last card here. Their last opportunity. They have to basically win every point for the game, including this one. They can do it. They can do it. Another clean team fight once again. Can they do it for multiple team fights in a row? Let's see here as the game starts. Now it's going to be nice damage.
Oh my god. On the bastion. Serious damage.
Too much Phobic though. Trades off the Lotus.
Back it up slow. Ooh! Kelly wanted to go for that graphitic flux. Wasn't enough. T-Champ batters down Bio. Phobic finds him. Mr. Man takes out Phobic. It's 1-for-1. Back and forth. Cammy takes out Mr. Man.
Great job here by CSI. 66%. That was the first time they've won back-to-back team fights since we started this set. And now we're seeing a little bit of aggression here from CSI back. One flash point right now. Don't stress anything past that. Get the one single flash point and take it from there.
Hey, sometimes getting your back put to the wall grounds you. You understand the stakes, you understand what you're looking at, what you need to do. 4% left. This fight decides Lotus getting gunned down and immediately hit by that
Straight it out. Bioactive finds another. This could be CSI's first flash point. 99%. It's an ultimate away from Sigma.
Find anyone with it. Down!
Ooh, this is gonna be CSI's first flashpoint, and just like that, CSI has finally found some life for the first time here in this grand final.
Final round, final point, but they're still in this. They are not out yet. This is what I was talking about. This is the CSI we were seeing on Saturday.
Yeah, CSI, they gotta be on the comms here telling themselves, just one map, just get the one map, get us on the board. Just get us on the board. That's all you folks are right now. You win New Junk City, the rest is your oyster for now.
Right, focus on this one. One more flash. I was saying Cammy's taking it. Beating. Still hanging on.
Rock doing a lot of damage, but Phobic finds Lotus early. Phobic starts to go off now. Warming up on the zone.
The overclock. Look for it. Nice sidestep.
There's the Lucio ultimate for defense. Phobic gets taken out. Reels, of course, coming in clutch just like that. Here's the damage. Reels doesn't find another.
Both of Binghamton support also. I have those.
Oh, damage coming in clutch. Chung Yu's got to find someone. Hank finds Bioactive. Hank finds two. This isn't good. 3 down now. Binghamton's going to win this fight here and take the point.
Beautiful stuff. Binghamton managed to take that flashpoint. They're not going to just let CSI get their second win. They're going to make them fight for it. They still want to. They want their clean sweep.
Yeah, CSI had opportunity here. Unfortunately, it seems like all the production is built around Phobic. When Phobic goes down, you don't see much CSI after that. If Phobic's alive, it's all CSI. So see how this plays out once again. This is going to be a big one for T-Champ. He's blocking off the whole team. Mr. Man, T-Champ finding now. What a smart play by T-Champ was to block off the entire team from their tank support.
Not even just that, using that perk for May, dealing damage around her ice block, gave T-Champ ulti. So for next fight, Binghamton is gonna have Blizzard, they're gonna have Graphitic Flood, they're going to have Deadeye.
There's 3 ultimates online here, and there's only one on the side of the side now. 2 back to the wall. 73%. If someone dies here, it's got to be a kill. They got to find a kill on the tank. They want an opportunity. It's not going to come out. This is a huge one.
No. 90%. Even just fighting his death, buying so much time. KB fighting too, but
They got the point.
Somebody needs to get there.
Oh, CSI had the opportunity, but no one gets on the point. The fight was too overwhelming, and even then, they were kind of waiting for it. May had the ultimate.
I was going to say.
So Blizzard go out at the end of the game there, and Binghamton is going to be your Overwatch 2 champions. They'll win that season semester-long Chipotle card. And down to the stage
just a sec for that, folks. Stellar stuff from both teams. Fantastic Overwatch over the entire weekend. It was a pleasure to cast it, even if it was just for last one.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are here at the ECAC Spring Showdown. Paulie Hype alongside Cammy here from CSI, Staten Island Dolphins. Cammy, you were expected not to make it out of groups coming into this event. CSI overperformed the entire time they were here. How was your team morale coming in, and what did you do throughout the event to make it so far?
Yeah, I think honestly for us, like, not having an expectation helped a lot. Like, we were able to just play what we wanted to play and do what we wanted to do And, you know, the thing is, since our program's a bit smaller, there's a lot less stuff on us, and I think a lot of people didn't expect us to come in. So I'm really proud. I think we did amazing for what we came in with.
Yeah, I have to agree. You really outperformed, played very well, just so everybody knows their program, and they're really up to the students to help them bring themselves out here and do so. So they played amazing there. Talk us through just how that final match went. You guys got close multiple times, but weren't able to string together as much consistency as you would have liked. What were the comms like? How was the overall, you know, what were you trying to do that just didn't work out?
Yeah, I think for us, honestly, it was more just about, like, dealing with the SIG, because we knew they were going to play that, and they're really good at it. And we kind of cycled through, you saw, like, cycling through what we thought would work, what we thought wouldn't work. But honestly, at the end of the day, they were the better team, and they played better. And honestly, we got to give them all the credit for that.
Yeah, well, congratulations. They made second place here. Well done, of course. Give them a round of applause right here. They played very well. The Dolphins are instead of it. Dolphins, come get your second place trophy. We'll bring it up here. Your medals here. Second place, the CSI College of Staten Island Dolphins. Well done. We look forward to seeing them more as they've been growing consistently in the collegiate scene over the last couple of years. Hey, you guys could actually come up here. Come up a little bit. Just a couple questions. Here with the ECAC CEO and Commissioner Dan Coonan as he celebrates in CSI here. Great job to the Dolphins, who wound up taking second place in all of Overwatch 2, competing against 36 of the best colleges here in the country. They did a great job. But coming up now, let's bring up the victors here. The Binghamton Bearcats, come on over. Hank, we'll start with you here for the interview. Binghamton Bearcats, you performed the entire weekend. You played fantastic. Take us through the lead-up prep to this tournament and then how you executed so well during it.
So we're all very busy people, and we didn't really get a lot of time to practice before this tournament. Sure. We scrimmed a lot during this week. I think we did about like 7 blocks or so against better teams than we have ever played before, but I think we were all very, very into this tournament. We really wanted to win. I think going into it, we knew we were probably one of the better teams, and we expected to go far, but we all wanted to be here, and we all knew we were going to be here in the end. So sure. we definitely worked for it.
All right, had the confidence. 7 blocks of scrims in 1 week. That definitely gets you prepared mentally. Talk us just about what are you all going to do now with the semester-long Chipotle card? The entire team here going to get it, and this is going to be the win here for the Bearcats. You're taking it home from the ECAC Spring Showdown.
So actually, between matches, I was looking at the Chipotle menu, looking at exactly what I wanted to order. We all love Chipotle, and I'm going to abuse I'm so sorry for the Vestal workers who are going to have to deal with me every single week. But yeah, we all love Chipotle, and I'm not leaving that. I'm not leaving that business.
All right, fair enough. And let's do another one here. We're going to congratulate the MVP here from the Bearcats. It was close. It was close, but it's going to be Reels here. Reels on the Sigma MVP. Dan Coonan, CEO, prevent the winning trophy here, as well as the MVP to Reels. Reels, congratulations. Tell us, everyone, how you're feeling. You won the MVP here on amazing Sigma play throughout the whole tournament.
I kind of torture my team a lot because I only play one character. Well, I make them deal with it, even though I could technically not do that. But I feel like I'm happy with my team. I'm like, they deal with me, sure. And we play really well together, despite playing something that's pretty unconventional. Sure. Sigma is like not really at the top of the game right now, and I'm glad that we were able to pull through this entire tournament playing a SIG comp all together. So thank you to my team for dealing with me.
There you go. There you go. Well, There comes the victors here, team. Crowd around here for your group photo here, and you also get your team trophy here. Binghamton Bearcats have won the ECAC Spring Showdown here in Overwatch 2. Crowd around. Medals for the team. Congratulations. Binghamton Bearcats came, they saw, they conquered, and they were very, very well done from start to finish. Excellent team. There we go. Binghamton Bearcats, your Overwatch 2 grand champion. All right, congratulations. Coming up next, we have some more, I believe, Rocket League here at the ECAC Spring Showdown. So when we return, we'll have to finish out the Rocket League portion of the match. Don't go anywhere. More college esports when we come back. All right, everybody, welcome back to the ECAC Spring Showdown 2025. We are here now for the Rocket League Grand Finals between Rochester Institute of Technology taking on King from Tennessee. So all the way up here from Tennessee, this will be a best of 9. And since RIT won the upper side bracket, they'll get a 1-0 game advantage. So it's going to be best of 9, first of 5, and they'll start 1-0 RIT. So when we come back, they'll be competing, of course, again for a semester-long Chipotle gift card, that MVP performance as well, which will get a Turtle Beach headset and a ROG desk-wide playing mat as well. So, and of course, the coveted trophies, which are actually really sick. So when we get it, let's get it underway. Rocket League action, first of 5, 1-0 advantage for RIT. Let's get some Rocket League underway.
Setting it up now, gonna be the same password and everything.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here, Rocket League Grand Finals. We didn't think we'd get here, but now we finally are, and it's a rematch from our semifinals bracket. King and RIT duking it out once again. A wonderful Grand Finals we've got going on right now. So far, heading towards the mid-goal will be RIT. They're fooling around on the goal over there, kicking off towards the corner. Able to get it back, sending it back towards the RIT goal line. We are going to see a demo coming out, dropping it back. Will be Turbo, sending it all the way back towards the King side of things. Shot on target from beyond, coming down. Sean trying to get it down right now. K-Frost. We're going to see what they can do right now. And just a little bit of back and forth banter right now.
Yeah. How you doing, Louis?
I'm doing good. I wasn't sure if you were here yet, so I just started
I
talking.
didn't know if you knew I was here.
Yeah.
We're here,
Okay.
folks. Grand Finals. I'm just as excited as you are here to get this rematch going. Want to clarify something real quick. It's a best of 7 with a game advantage to RIT, who came through on the upper side. So first to 4, that's the official word that I'm getting. And yeah, we're right underway. Listen, these guys got into a tussle in the upper finals, went all the way to game 7. King having to battle it out against Nichols College to get right back here, and it looks like they're here for the fight.
Definitely going to be a long one, and apparently both of us are getting conflicting information, as it looks like it's actually a best of 9 now.
We are getting different information. I was told best of 7 confirmed, and now I'm told best of 9 confirmed.
That's
So
what we had thought over here in the
I love it.
booth, but
The poor players, they're probably like, okay, how many wins do I need?
see, poor players, but theoretically, we've got plenty of Rocket League to get through tonight.
That's true. That's true. Good for us.
Well, right now,
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure. You go. Honestly, I've talked a lot today. Now let's hear more.
I was gonna say, you gotta give that voice a break. You've been going hard today, but not as hard as these players. Not as hard as Yom's been going. Yom has been potentially the player of the day for Rocket League in terms of this title. So many times it's just been Yom time. That may be the player to diffuse. Neutralize if you are King. Him and Sebward have just been running the show here from the side of RIT. King seem ready to get at it. What a save from Sean on the goal line. Just an elegant glide there to keep things at 1-0.
Yeah, it's pretty solidified as of now. There is a shot on target that's almost bumped right in from K-Frost. Doesn't collapse just yet, so Sebward's going to start to send it the other way. Wade almost making contact, though. Little blunder on the fly there, but Turbo looking great right now. A little bit off center, though. Able to curl on through. Yob hitting it back towards the middle to try and clear us out of here. Wade's going to keep up this aggression now. Big shot from K-Frost will score in, and that's a 2-0 scoreline for King to start it off.
It's great stuff there. K-Frost has been that positional player, knowing where to be at the right time, has set his team up for success most of the time. Getting some incredible double taps, always there for the late flip reset pass, but then again, sometimes it just takes being the sharpshooter, being the finishing factor for their team. And King, we couldn't ask for a better start here. K-Frost, what a save off his own post. Had to play with the angles there to keep it out, and certainly does. And now on 0 boost gets the dunk. This is K-Frost lobby. Everyone's just driving around in it. And with 30 seconds to go, King just about going to get that game win. And if it's not updated on scoreboard already, we probably should, as RIT with the game advantage. With a King win, it should be all tied up.
Definitely so. King looking to equal it out, and they just might do it as we enter 10-second territory. We've got plenty of score to work with. Almost making the 3rd goal to the name. Oh my goodness, so close, dead ball right at the post. Oh my goodness, but yes, with that, King will make it 1-1 now as they take our first match, or first game rather. Reminder, it is 1-1 because of the initial bracket ruling. Since King did have to fight through the lower bracket, they are going to have to start at 0, but since RIT have come out on top, they will be the ones who will get a quote-unquote free win, even though they have more than earned it. We're going to start off with game 2 to see how it goes.
King said, I respect your upper bracket journey. I respect your game advantage from having taken us down. But listen, you guys are the only ones that have taken us down today. We're coming back for revenge. And that was certainly the word provided in that first game that we watched. With the series now tied, we can move right along. And at this point, we're looking for RIT to get their first goal. I mean, we started out this event today, Louis, with 2 sweeps in favor of RIT. For them to drop the first game, that's a different tone that's been set.
Oh yeah, this team has just been monstrous today. The first match up against Mounties, that went to the side of a very dominant 4-0. Then they went up against Nichols earlier in that second match, followed by another 4-0, which is just incredible work. Then they started moving up towards that upper bracket match against King, and that's when the run for their money was tested. Back and forth on the games, but eventually RIT did prove that they had it in them a lot more. They were able to send King back down to the lower bracket. Even so, King did win the initial game on the beginning of that series, so we could be in for a similar story and continue in this matchup.
Oh, there's one similar thing happening in this match so far, and that is K-Frost is scoring. This guy, deadly, with full boost in the tank, and the whole court to themselves. RIT needing to position themselves, or at least that third man for that transition defense. That's a couple times now that the net has been left open in a situation like that. I think if you're RIT, you're just hungry for that first goal. You're willing to risk it to get that shot to go, but right now things aren't looking too good for them. Turbo shot off the crossbar. Wade gonna put one high above the first defender, trying to bounce it over the second, but that's Sebward to get the touch out. K-Frost setting up Turbo for success. He'll land on the ceiling, and Big Wade clears that to the side, trying to defuse the play. Clear from Yom to the corner.
With good back and forth so far, we are also going to see a demo come out on the left field. Yom trying to get aggressive into better positioning, trying to make something come out. Several trying to assist as best as they can. Not too much being accomplished here at the defense for the team. It's just been pretty on point so far. You are going to see more of that ping pong action, but Turbo is finally going to sway it towards the other way. Quick little cross there. It's a bit too high, so not quite down the other corner. K-Frost trying to even up the positioning, but it's going to be deflected right on back towards Sean. Might give some kind of leeway to RIT to try and score, and just like that, they will bounce it off one of the members of the game. Or finally, RIT is now on the board, kicking things off. Now, I must say, with RIT, despite us giving them all this credit, that's a lot of Rocket League that they've had to go through. You know, it's definitely some fatigue is to be expected from this roster right now. You know, despite the rapid 4-0 that they saw in their initial matches, they had to go all the way to Game 7 up against King. So it's definitely fatigued just a bit. Not to say that King is also not in a tired position. You know, they had to work their way up all through that lower bracket section of our tournament here. But definitely RIT more than excusable of their initial performance right now. But now they're starting to wake on up. Minute 20 on the game clock, 1-1 scoreline. It's still possible for it to go either way.
Could certainly do so. One way or the other. 1-1 with 1 minute remaining. Will it be to break this tie? And you said the endurance is needed. I totally agree. For RIT, they probably played the most on-stage matches as well, which, you know, they've said they've calmed the nerves quite well. They're able to laugh off mistakes, but going up, back and forth on that big stage can be tiring. Soken trying to save the shots from Yom. That one too close to home. for King, though they get it away. K-Frost full boost. Here's the first touch. Wade trying to get the bump on the backboard defender, but it's blocked away. Turbo gets past one, pops it up for Big Wade. Here comes the double tap. That's saved there by Sean. Backboard defense has been disciplined here from RIT. Able to get a lot of blocks, but right now we're getting closer and closer to overtime. K-Frost may be the one to close it down here, though, in regulation. Hits it into Sean. Big Wade puts it mid. K-Frost across the field. This is giving every indication of overtime. Players trying to safeguard the ball to its way at the ground, and they will. We got extra time.
Added time coming out is no stranger to both of our teams right now. They have had some of the most intense overtimes in their previous matchup. Even in that previous Game 4 that we saw from both King and RIT in our semifinals, they went up to 4 minutes of overtime. So we're definitely going to see some wars being brought out. As we're starting to kick things off, we got a demo over there on Yum. Sean's still trying to place aggression despite lack of teammates. Turbo, though, shot on goal is finally blocked off by Yum. Sean trying to force it back towards the midfield, but K-Frost definitely wants to keep up this pressure. However, boost control needs to be important as it's a great shot from Turbo, but it's immediately deflected off. Sean in a good position, and he dodges the wrong way as K-Frost from the top ropes. Gonna slam it on in with a very nice pass from Wade. My goodness. Off the front wheels, too. And in a pretty odd change of pace, we've got 2 matches in a row for King.
Yeah, they're starting off hot here. They've got the momentum from that lower bracket win against Nichols, and they're moving nicely. At this point, I mean, for K-Frost, putting up pretty much every goal that we've seen. A lovely pass there from Big Wade, but that is exactly, if you're RIT, where you do not want K-Frost to be. You do not want him scoring from above the crossbar. He has put plenty of meteor strikes like that down through the net. So although King started behind for this grand finals matchup for the ECAC Spring Showdown, they will now be ahead 2 wins in a row to bring them to 2-1.
Pyro, you keep saying meteor strike. Our Overwatch matches are over for today.
Oh gosh, you know what? It just happened, right? So I'll have it in my head.
Overwatch matches. Speaking of action, Turbo soaring towards the RIT goal line. Still keeping up his pressure. He's King. Dom can get it out of there, but he is bumped right in the back pretty hard though. No demo to come out. That's what a lack of boost does you, ladies and gentlemen, as Turbo and the rest of King are still trying to keep up this aggression. You're going to see a nice little corner from K-Frost. Does get deflected by Yam over there. He's actually going to start to take it back from what looks to be an open goal. K-Frost did not get back in time. That's a very good hustle from Wade. Just can't make it. Good hustle from K-Frost. Just didn't see what the angling was. Very nice. Finally, RIT in control. Minute has surpassed. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, I'll be honest there for King, that's not a good look. You gave that entire side of the field to Yam. Literal red carpet rundown to the net. Spacing on the field just gotta be better there to exhaust those counterattack chances. But, you know, you wipe off the dirt from your pants, you pick yourself back up, and you get into action. That's exactly what Big Wade's doing as he makes that save. Put the ball in a precarious position, but managed to get each and every block. Nice setup here to Turbo. He's going to grab that full boost, get towards the ceiling, maybe a pinch. Oh. Yeah, right there. Nice pass over to Wade. Just couldn't get there in time. And now Turbo's got to be that player all the way back on defense. RIT still with this lead. 2 minutes into the game. King are starting to put things together with these passing plays, but just haven't been able to strike.
No, yeah, you're seeing more of that ping pong action that we're used to from from this squad. The goal differential is definitely pretty wide from our previous matches, and oh my goodness! It was a valiant effort from, I believe that was Wade. Yes, it was a valiant effort from Wade to try and keep the ball alive, but he just didn't get the angling that he needed. And Sean gonna be able to put it away and give RIT a 2-0 scoreline. Now they've definitely waken up from the previous two matches. The domination that we're used to has returned. We're gonna head over back towards the RIT side of things. Actually, looks like K-Frost is going for a pretty big aerial right now, assisted over by Wade. It is gonna go the other way, thanks to Yam though. Nice little double tap right there, and oh my gosh, he's able to overcome the defenders, and Yam puts it in without really much effort right there. Great little flip reset to push it in. And Wade just couldn't beat the ball. That's unfortunately the second time that happens to him.
Yeah, caught in an awkward position there. Yam did everything right. He softed to that flip reset, only 11 boosts. There's no way he catches up to the ball for a second touch, but he used his boost early. He positioned himself as if he was gunning for that touch, making the defender think the only thing I need to read is this shot that never arrives. It's all about that conditioning. It's all about your body language. And he does a great job of just beating the defense with only that and little in the tank. That's now 3 unanswered for RIT. And to bounce back like this after dropping 2 games is a wonderful adaptation. They've given themselves the road ahead to win this game. Now they just have to make sure they don't squander it. Big Wade nearly had the double tap. Turbo can't quite get that second touch. Backboard not giving King what they're looking for.
The midfield positioning from K-Frost has definitely been extremely successful, and that's what's aiding King on their attack right now. We talked earlier about how K-Frost is just so good at being able to stay in the right place at the right time. No matter what the scenario really is, somehow he's still able to apply this pressure that King so desperately needs, especially since we're entering 60-second territory. Nice little touch by Wade. K-Frost trying to follow up with Yam, beginning to send it the other way. Fighting over in the corner right now is Yam. 50 seconds. Need to make something happen. And restoring towards the King goal right again, but it's a great clear coming out from Turbo. Frost on this prowl right now. Clear it ever so slightly. They just need to be careful of that ping-pong action that we keep mentioning. 30 seconds to go. And I think King might have to cut their losses there, especially that was, I'm not sure that this was intentional or not. Maybe to set up their other teammate, I'm not exactly sure. But all of a sudden, we are in King territory, and Yam is definitely looking to continue the scoring that RIT is displaying, but it's a great little dribble from Wade to try and put it in. Yam is able to stop it. It's going to soar high above the goal, and it's going to hit the floor just in front. RIT have now waken up, giving them a second score for our match total. We're now brought up to 2-2 after game number 3.
Yeah, sadly for King University, it was once again Yam time. 2 for 4 in this game. A lovely bounce back for their team, and series tied now at 2-2. So first to 5 wins in a best of 9 here. Still a long road to go, and I think you can see really RIT digging in and King University trying to get their responses because there's so much on the line here. Louis, I mean, you've got a $2,500 winnings for first place compared to the $1,500 of second. You got that champion trophy on the line. You've got Chipotle for a semester. Come on now.
Arguably, you know, $2,500 is nice. Free Chipotle for
Seriously
3 months? How can you really pass that up? That is something to fight for. So we're going to see how much the fight ends up turning into. Now we're going to get into game number 4. Rocket is going to start it off in quite the high fashion. 7-second goal. I'm telling you, Pyro, I think our teams here are trying to make this initial goal faster and faster as the games move on.
Yeah, last time we were here, we had 2 goals at the 4-minute 54 mark. That was at 53. To just see it in the first 10 seconds is ridiculous. Almost as ridiculous to see the Cybertruck still out on the field. I've been tracking this from Big Wade. It was, I think, the first or the second loss in their series against RIT in the upper finals, where he got off the Cybertruck and onto the Octane Fennec arc. But even after suffering the loss, Big Wade staying in that Cybertruck and getting the first goal. So well done, this one. More crossbar shenanigans continue. And maybe not the way the King drew it up, but they'll take the goal.
Well, Wade must know something that we don't, because even though he may or may not have had a couple blunders at times, he has been performing rather well. And arguably, he's saving the Rocket League planet right now by using that electric power. No gas is being consumed. That boost is already a lot of fumes in the air, so to try and save the Rocket League environment is definitely good on Wade to continue using the Cybertruck.
Let's go, Wade. He's always thinking of the bigger picture, right? I mean, save the Rocket League world.
Speaking of
They're trying to save... Yeah. I don't know. They're trying to save King from getting taken down again by RIT. They've done a great job already in this one. 2 goals. That Big Wade going for bumps and demos now. Set up here for K-Frost. Not going to provide any fruits of their labor, but Turbo sending it straight to the net. This is a good idea, actually. Out boosted right now is RIT. They've got almost nothing in the tank. Turbo may have a lane. If they get past Sebward, but they struggle in that regard, whether it's low or high boost here. Good on RIT to find a lane around. Hold on, Yom! He does it!
The dribble from Yom. Repeat from game 3 as he had a very nice, Sunday stroll over to the King goal line as he puts RIT on the board. But still a little over 3 minutes to go. Plenty of action still left in our game number 4 here. Swing it right back towards the King goal. Almost getting another score to try and even it out rather quick with K-Frost. Push it back towards the middle. Another demo being fired off here. As we're seeing King tries to go on the offensive.
Oh,
King
wow.
RIT in. Wow, what a bump right there from K-Frost. See exactly what happened. King bumps him off. Oh, wow.
Nasty double tap. K-Frost hit that with so much force. You have to get such a ridiculous angle on the left side to even put that in the net. He does it with confidence. Gnarly stuff out of K-Frost, and now he's demoing the last goalie. Remember how we started this series? I said it's K-Frost lobby. Everyone's driving around in it. Yeah, we're back there. We are exactly back there. And one other thing I want to mention, I mean, there's so much respect between these two teams right now. After RIT knocked King University to the lower bracket, they were interviewed and asked, okay, what do you think's going to happen, right? Who finds you back in the grand finals? And without hesitation, they said King. They're like, no, we're going to see King again. They know the power of this roster and what they can bring to the table. K-Frost absolutely doing that in this matchup. So it's no big surprise here for RIT, but boy, do they have some work to do.
Yes, indeed. Especially gotta make 3 goals in 2 minutes. Pretty difficult thing to do, but it's definitely not impossible, especially with the way that RIT is playing as of late. If they can find a way to reach through this King defense and just try and alleviate mainly the pressure that King is providing, because even though RIT starts to kick off their counter attacks, what mainly ends up happening is that good team play from the side side of either K-Frost or Turbo to really start what could have been the counterattack for RIT. It ends up just keeping up the aggression because off of those counters, my goodness, off the crossbar, Sebword trying to come back and score it. Yom does miss. K-Frost is able to save the day. Another demo coming in favor of RIT. Wade suspended in the air right now as Yom takes it towards the corner. 60 seconds to go. He slams it towards the middle. It's a very powerful hit from Sebword to start us off on a pretty potential comeback right now. Lovely pass by.
Yeah, that's exactly what RIT need to do, by the way. Yom just insta-challenged the likes of K-Frost on the backboard. And I think a lot of the time here, the biggest problem for RIT is they're giving so much time for K-Frost to cook. At a certain point, you just have to quick chow. You just gotta suffocate him on the field, and that actually exposed the avenue to score. So RIT do a good job of bringing this to a 2-point game. Is it too little, too late? Only 30 seconds, and they're barely making these saves. Sean blocks this away, gets the clear, looking for the double off the corner, abandoned it eventually. And again, K-Frost with space, beats one. There's the shot, though. Oh, Big Wade will not be bumped out of the way. Gets there for the save. That should be the last block that King needed. Sparing a miracle. 8 seconds remaining. Another challenge successful for King University. And there you have it. They win game number 4, number 5, technically, of this series. The point is, King University up in the series, 3-2.
And you know, it was really great showing from King right there. It all came out of fruition. We had that really early goal from Wadebrook, but then if that was enough to deteriorate RIT's morale, you saw that huge double tap right after from K-Frost to really just solo the goal right there. A little bit of help from Wade to try and put the ball up in the air was definitely helpful, but even so, K-Frost just had a really influential goal, and it sparked more aggression for the rest of King. Aggression that is greatly needed if they want to continue to claw their way out of this deficit. And I say deficit, but they currently have a 3-2 scoreline in terms of games right now. So let's see if they can continue it as we go to game number 5.
Yeah, realistically, for RIT, they gotta right the sails and steer this ship in the right direction, because realistically, they've only won 1 game out of the 4 played so far. So they've got to prove they can still fight in this series. They definitely caught some fire towards the end of that last game, but starting off on the right foot for this one would be great for them to make this series a little closer. Sean backs it up, nearly sets up Yom, but looks like they may have stunted the growth there of RIT. Shot gets close to the net. Nice save by Wade. Sean again with that infield pass that just meets nobody, and King University take advantage of the space, pass it off the backboard. K-Frost protecting from the midfield line. Good pass to Turbo. That's off the corner. RIT doing their best to contain these attacks out of King.
Yeah, they're definitely having a lot of success in doing so. Those were some very solid defenses, but then the Ream just answered right back into a very aggressive play style. We're going to see RIT try to start off a counterattack, but they can't really counter because King has just been really great at grabbing the small boosts along with these corner boosts. So once the initial alert from RIT has been cleared, and they want to get on this attack, but they just don't have the resources to do so, and they keep getting forced back because this ping pong action once again being so predominant and so noticeable for both of these teams right now as K-Frost starts to soar towards the RIT goal. He's going to get ricocheted off back towards their half now. So we're trying to center it right now for Yom. Not going to be able to do much with that. Sean, though, tries to center it back towards, and it's a very strong hit from Turbo to kick it off. 2 minutes later, King back on the board. And just lets it show show any signs of stopping from King right now.
Pedal to the metal here for King University. They got the momentum, keep pushing through, minimize mistakes, and hit RIT where it hurts the most. This could be where that is. K-Frost, oh, he faked the musty and went for the front flip instead, nearly putting it under the defender. Such a masterful move, but RIT showcasing their discipline on defense instead. Wade may have a shot here. Places it nicely. Top corner forces the good save out of Sebward. K-Frost sees Turbo. Nice pass in the air. Turbo unable to make too much out of it. But they're starting to get those 50-50s. They're focused on that boost consumption like you mentioned earlier. It might not be enough. Shots there from Sebward. Sean contests on the 50-50. They're at the midfield line, and now RIT doing the same to King. Nice boost steal in the corner, but K-Frost clear will help.
Good little aid to try and help out King as they continue their lead. Something we do need to pay attention though. RIT might have had that quote-unquote free win as we had mentioned earlier by their success in the upper bracket. But something else we have to realize, that King are coming off of a fiery, hot series to claw their way out of the lowers bracket. So they're beyond warmed up and ready to go, as RIT was kind of just on standby to see who would challenge them once again. So King definitely have the veins coursing with fresh blood to try and close this out as fast as possible, and you're seeing that happen very rapidly as they still have control of the ball, they have control of all the aggression, and they have the scoreline within their favor. And we're going to see a demo as well come out. We're seeing multiple demos now on the field as we head towards the corner. Sean trying to aid the fight. It's a nice tap off of the spoiler. Not too much. Good work with Yamas trying to recenter it back towards his teammate. Sean need to do the same. Or just RIT's ball. Head towards the minute warning mark. More demos being displayed here, alleviating pressure, but running out of boost will be RIT, and they're forced to drop on back as K-Frost takes full advantage of the fact. Off of a very nice touch from Turbo, and once again we're seeing that key positioning from K-Frost to extend the lead of King.
Absolutely. That vision has transcended King from a competitive team to a dominant team. They're able to punish RIT when they're just not back in time and push them back further and further and further. That was after so much defending of King as well. So for K-Frost to choose that perfect moment to get upfield, get that shot. Fantastic work, though, for Sean. Got to make something work here if they don't want to give match point. Over to King, 10 seconds, 2-goal deficit. Last chance here with the shot that is saved. King University pile on the pressure. They stack their success, but they haven't quite won this game yet.
There is 1 second on the game clock and 1 goal that separates RIT from overtime. It would definitely be quite the Cinderella story as it's deflected off of Sebward. It soars through the air as K-Frost makes a dead ball despite the efforts from RIT. I really thought we were gonna see some magic happen. But nonetheless, King with a very solid game once again. And you're seeing that aggression being played out perfectly, because you look at the shots from King University, 3 shots equally for all 3 players. You know, they were able to just keep that pressure onto RIT for so long. And then when they finally had dropped back to the defense, as you see in the 3 shots from Yam and the 3 from Sebward, and they just couldn't break through, because you see the total of 5 saves from King themselves. And afterwards, that aggression just translated into another game win. So, series point now for King. They have the potential to close it out right here. They've already won 4 massive games, despite being interrupted by RIT in game Game 5 that we're going to have some questions answered. Let's see what can happen.
Let's see it. I'm ready to get into this game. I like to think of this game advantage given to RIT as instead kind of like an extra shield, because they were the ones that send King to the lower bracket. King come back. They win 4 games, which normally in a best of 7, you're all good, but it's a best of 9. They have that last shield. They have that last lifeline here to hold the line. And, well, they have to win 3 games in a row to take the championship, but I'll tell you what, we've seen RIT win a lot of games today up on that big stage, so it's absolutely feasible. Gotta change what they're doing, though. They can't be caught out on those counterattacks. Gotta capitalize on all their pressure, and they gotta stop this guy right here. It's K-Frost again.
Very valuable player. It's the positioning, the flies, the defenses. He's done it all for the King squad. Just like that, even a demo is being collected. Soar yet again towards the RIT goal. Trying to further this lead that needs to work so hard to gain. K-Frost now. Not a lot of boost, and actually no boost in the tank right now, so it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. As Wade almost makes score for them. Looks a little dicey over on the blue side of things. We're just going to experience a little bit of a stalemate so far. The demolition should even it up. Change the pace right now as Sean begins to soar through the King goal line, but it's a nice tap from Wade to set the ball in course. And soaring from that corner, it's going to be redirected by Turbo. Not enough power to get past K-Frost. So it's a good counterattack being displayed from the King. Yam and Sepward go for it. So now you're definitely in a boost deficit, especially since Wade is trying to answer back, but he hits the crossbar. Trying to finish it off right there. Corner kick being displayed. RIT aren't able to capitalize at all on it. Turbo following up with Wade. They're experiencing so much success in their teamwork. The follow-up smash after the initial clearing sets King in a 2-0 position.
Talk about a team effort from this squad. And that's exactly what you need at this point in the game, at the grand finals. You need everybody to step up. From King University, when we started this day with the 6 Rocket League teams here, they were seeded 6 of 6. And guess who was seeded number 4? RIT. Those are your 2 teams here in the grand finals, and both teams have had their pop-off moments. It's been made clear that Yam will not be sent home quite yet.
The fight for Yam, you know, he's worked so hard. He's done so much for this team offensively and even defensively at times. The flies from Yam have been absolutely incredible to try and get it, and we're going to see those flies come out right now. It was a little off-centered. He's going to need some assistance, and Sean will try to provide as much as he can as Sepward drops back towards the midfield positioning. You see Turbo starting to play more on the defense, and he's going to be successful. Very nice job. As Sepward's shot is blocked, and it's sent the other way towards the RIT side of things. Trying to recenter it again as Turbo almost getting the flip reset, just couldn't get the back wheels on it. Unintentional demolition right there, I believe. That was kind of just Turbo trying to keep on driving. As Sepward trying to aid Yam in the defense. Definitely a very scary cross right there, but it's sent all the way soaring up. Wade able to keep it alive for his team. Sean still battling it out, and trying to predict the flight path of the wall as K-Frost is ever so wonderful. 2-minute warning now. This could potentially be the end for RIT.
Yeah, those seconds on the clock there, that's the death timer right now for RIT. 35 seconds, and they're bringing that violence over to their opponents in the name of the demolition, trying to uproot the path to victory. What a pinch towards the goal line. Everyone commits for it. Turbo is there to punish, taking the ball downfield. King may have just done it.
Definitely a big slip up from RIT. That could be the goal that does it in for them. 19 seconds to go. 3-1 scoreline. RIT have put in so much effort, but King just a little bit more. 10 seconds remain on the game clock, and all might seem lost for RIT as Turbo keeps on sending it towards enemy territory. Wade goes for a major fly, and no one's there. And the Kings will be crowned your Rocket League champions.
Congratulations to the ECAC Spring Showdown Rocket League champions, King University, Turbo, Big Wade, and the K Frost. Unbelievable performance here on LAN. They were taken down to the lower bracket by just them of the RIT, and then clawed their way back past Nichols and said, no, we're not quite done with you yet. They only stumbled once in this long series, otherwise took 5 games against RIT in incredible fashion. A confident display from indeed your Kings.
With that, though, that's going to do it for all the Rocket League matches today. But don't go anywhere, because we still have some Valorant to get through in just a couple of moments. For now, though, that's going to do it for us. And we're going to send it over to the main stage for what I believe is a quick little interview. And we're going to take it from there. Thank you for watching. Don't go away just yet.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the ECAC Spring Showdown 2025. We are here in Troy, New York. I am here with RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology. You were so dominant on the day, really played well. What was it about King that kind of threw you off your game?
Yeah, the team is super aggressive. You know, they're always kind of just in our half bumping and trying to mess us up. And I think we had the confidence the first time around, but this time, you know, I just don't think we started off on the right step. And they were just able to kind of run away with it, unfortunately.
They were very aggressive there. You had them in the winner's side. You know, they were bringing it all back. They multiple rounds going on win streaks, and were able to snowball it into your game here. Looking back on it, what would you have changed to potentially secure the win if you could control it?
Yeah, I think just relaxing. I think it was just, pressure of the grand finals and everything. So we needed to relax, reset, and I think we were just a little too aggressive at some points, and we just got caught off guard, which kind of stinks, but, that's what happens.
Sure. Well, you had the chance to bring it to New York, and you didn't do it. Jesus Christ. Well, anyway. All right, T. Congratulations, though. Let's make some noise. Second place, dominant performance throughout the weekend. Bring your team over, collect your medallions here, and your second place trophy, RIT Rochester Institute of Technology. Well done. Congratulations. Well done. Really dominant on the day. Rocket League second place here at the ECAC. All right, now let's bring up and make some noise for the champions here, all the way from Tennessee. It's King